For high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go, jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Well, we made it. We just packed right up and we jumped in the motorhome and hightailed it here yesterday, and then started setting up, and here we are. We made it. We are so proud to be here at the Summer Fling. I believe it's the second, right? Second annual? Yeah, second annual Summer Fling here at National Trail Raceway. It's a beautiful, you come into Ohio and it's just beautiful in this part of the country, especially this time of year. So anyway, thank you to Strange Engineering for being the live feed sponsor for Motor Mania TV at this event, keeping it free to you, the viewer. Awesome. Peter has some really good little video pieces, and he's got quite a team out there just to do media, to bring me more and more and more, because y'all love it, right? Anyway, today we are having the American Race Car and Race Tech Race Car 32 car shootout. Now the winner of this event gets to pick whether he wants the American or the Race Tech. Both great prizes, and then the runner-up gets whatever's left over. And you know what? That's also a great prize. So either one is a winner. Hey, I'm good with that. They've got it all filled up. They're fixing to do some time runs for the American Race Tech 32 car shootout, and so we'll be watching them. Get whatever you're gonna get and sit back and relax, because this is gonna be another great fling event. Hang on here and we will get you situated. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Well, once again, good afternoon, racers, and welcome to National Trail Raceway as we are ready to go again with a Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Back here for a second year in a row, and it is going to be a whole lot of fun. We are rolling our way through a Law Chevrolet and Buick Test and Tune Tuesday. We've had several folks that have already decided to make their way out in the gate and grab themselves a Test and Tune entry. The racers, for those of you who have made your way through the gate, a couple of things to get taken care of here as we draw closer and closer to our first time trial run for today's American Race Cars and Race Tech Dragster Shootout. As we are getting closer to that, racers, again, we are just kind of holding off here for a moment as Mother Nature has decided that a couple of times it's going to roll through here, and kind of give us a little bit of things that we need to take care of on the racetrack, but it's not much. It doesn't take long, and we get things brushed off, broomed off, and we're good to go. But we're just waiting on that before we roll things in. So if you are part of our 32-car field in the American Race Cars and Race Tech Dragster Shootout, I want to go ahead and put you on standby. At this time, we are not calling you to lanes just yet, but we are putting you on standby. It will not be long. So again, if you are one of those 32 cars, need to make sure that you've got them out, got them warmed up, got them ready to go. Because when we do make that call into the staging lanes, we would certainly appreciate your cooperation, making your way up there quickly so that we can get through that time run and be ready to go with the second time run. Again, today's format, with that Race Tech and American Race Cars Shootout, we're going to have 2 time runs. Following that, we'll get into our elimination rounds, whittling it all the way down until we decide a couple of finalists who are going to be battling it out for their choice of the 2 dragsters. But while we are doing that, we've got our Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday that is continuing on. Again, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 are open for those drivers. We're going to keep the other lanes open, and when it is time for our first time trial of the 32-car shootout, we'll call you into your designated lanes, and we'll get rolling with there. It is my understanding that we are also live on Motormania TV. Thanks, Joanne. Thanks, Mark, for being out here to make that happen here today. Again, off to a nice, easy little start on the Law Chevrolet and Buick Tuesday. And as we do continue through here, again, racers in the 32-car shootout, you are on standby. Everybody else, if you've purchased the Test and Tune, you can make your way into lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're going to be continuing on with our Test and Tune all the way up until 9 o'clock tonight. We'll run 2 rounds of time trials for the shootout. We'll run through each round of eliminations until we determine a winner here and wrap it up this evening. But again, racers, the Diva Desk, that is where if you've already got your tech card, have not turned it in yet, to get your car number, essentially what serves as your run sticker here at the Summer Fling. You can do that at Suite 108. It is located at the bottom of the tower. Go back there, see the Divas. They'll get you hooked up. They'll get you taken care of. And remember to please, please, please place that sticker on the left side of your car. As you roll up here and make the turn under the tower, it'll be much easier to see the sticker if it's on the left side than if it's on the right side, because on the right side it'll be completely non-visible for those of us who are sitting in the tower, and it's especially the clock operators that want to know what your number is. If not, then I just tell them to use Pete's favorite number of 666. Or I don't know, maybe we'll just put something else in there, but either way, make sure that that sticker is on the left side of the car. And we will go from there. Again, racers, for the 32-car shootout, you are on standby. Everybody else, if you are participating in the Test and Tune, you can make your way to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And as we are kind of watching a few things that move through the area weather-wise, we go on pause every once in a while, but it doesn't take long. We get things cleaned up, and we're immediately sending cars right back down the racetrack. So again, we do thank you for being out here and being part of this week's program. It's definitely our pleasure to host you out here at the Jeg Summer Fling, presented by Optima Battery. They've got the drag tractor out there right now, getting that taken care of. And again, remember, if you are out here racing this week, you can tell your friends that they can see you live on MotorManiaTV.com, where they're going to find all the racing action from the first pair of cars down the racetrack all the way up to the last pair of cars down the racetrack. Again, Joanne and Mark do an awesome job. You can subscribe to Motormania TV's YouTube channel, where you are not going to miss a single event, or especially a single moment of this event. I want to thank our folks at Strange Engineering for being this weekend's live feed sponsor. So everybody out there at Strange Engineering, we certainly appreciate the support. Certainly appreciate you being on board, and certainly on behalf of everybody that is going to be listening in this weekend, we thank you for sponsoring the live feed. We got cars firing back up. Again, Test and Tune is underway. It is a Law Chevrolet and Buick Tuesday here at National Trail Raceway. We'll continue to kind of roll some cars down the racetrack. Again, shootout drivers, you got about another minute or two before we start calling you into the staging lanes.
keep on no matter come what may. Some say live and let live, you can't enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery and love's a little good company, but what I need is to fly high away. We're gonna fly high away. I remember that summer eve. Since then I just can't think straight. 'Cause this girl's got a hold on me. Can't break free. Now it's too late. When she's whispering in my ear. When I'm kissing her slow. I would follow her anywhere. She is you, if you didn't know. And I love you more than I ever have loved before. I ain't gonna lie. When I look deep into your eyes, I go and find it comes to life tonight. Alright, until the morning, like the things I do. It's all because of you. Oh, I remember my lonely days. And no one there by my side. But true love was so far away. Till the day you were mine. Now you're mine. And I love you more than I ever have loved before. I ain't gonna lie. When I look deep into your eyes, I go and find it comes to life tonight. Alright, until the morning, like the things I do. It's all because of you. All because of you. Everything I do. All because of you. Maybe I've been dreaming, too good to believe it. Truly you're one of a kind. So baby, come and pinch me, then I know it's all real. I can get you off my mind, of my mind. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. When I look deep into your eyes, I go and find it comes to life tonight. Alright, until the morning, like the things I do. It's all because of you. All because of you.
All right, so again, we are doing a little test and tune here. I want to say good afternoon and welcome to everybody that is checking in on the chat bleachers. Say hi to all you folks. It is good to be back. We are having a good time here. And racers on property, your attention, please. Your attention, please. We are looking for our 32 drivers that are entered into today's American Race Cars and Race Tech Dragster Shootout. Our 32 drivers, let's get you rolling this direction, please. We got 2 lanes set aside specifically for you. Mr. Ron in the back of the staging lanes, Mr. Cowboy at the front of the staging lanes. They're going to help you out. They'll get you directed into the right spot, but this is going to be your first of 2 time trials that are scheduled for today before we get into our elimination rounds to determine which of you 32 drivers gets to take your pick as far as which of those dragsters you would like. It is a Law Chevrolet and Buick Tuesday. Life is good, life is fun, and even though Mother Nature is occasionally interrupting our progress, it's not bad. It's not Not rough at all. And as we look at what the forecast holds for the remainder of the weekend, well, let's just say it's looking better and better and better, because when we looked at it a little while ago, at least when I looked at it like Friday or Saturday, it was looking a little bit rougher. But since I've seen what's happening since then, looks like everything's kind of moved through, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all supposed to be really, really nice days here at National Trail Raceway, and we are certainly keeping forward to, or looking forward to having that happen. But that's not really what Jamie McBride wanted to see happen. Again, kind of making our way through test and tune. McBride rolled up there after the first burnout, heard a little bit of a pop, pushed it back, double-checked, looked like everything was okay, fired it back up. And then tried the burnout again and went silent. So that's, well, at least, you know, it happened early on a Tuesday. You got time to get it back, get it figured out, get it fixed, and try it again. Because we're going to be at this test and tune thing until 9 o'clock tonight. Let's see. Who we got? Checking in on the chat bleachers. We got all kinds of folks. Already like 250 plus watching along here, and all I'm going to say is shame on you all. It is Tuesday afternoon. You should all be focusing squarely on your place of employment. There should be no reason that you should be distracted by what's going on here at this race. Nothing to see here. All right, absolutely. I'm thrilled that you guys are all here, because I'm ditching work today too, and tomorrow, and Thursday, and Friday. And it's good. It's good. What's up, Barn? Life is good. Except for the fact that I've hit that magic age where in order to see the racetrack, I have to take the glasses off. In order to see what's going on in the chat bleachers, I have to put the glasses back on. So, Luther, to answer your question, the dragster shootout, we have just called our first of 2 time trials into the staging lanes for the dragster shootout. So we should have 32 cars joining us momentarily here in the staging lanes. They'll get their first time run. We'll call them back here in a little while, get them a second time run, and then we'll start eliminations. So that is one of those things that's going to be happening the remainder of the afternoon. We essentially are going to be kind of peppering them into our test and tune Tuesday. And we will go from there. Barry, that's sure. You are lucky that you get to watch every minute of it. The other part of it, I'm still kind of wondering, okay. Yes. Yes. And that is true, Shirley. Oh, it's going to be that kind of week already. The chat bleachers are definitely a humming. Just like we're humming down on the racetrack. Once again, 32 drivers. Let's get you headed this direction. 32 dragsters looking for your first time hit in the American Race Cars and Race Tech Chassis Day. I'm with you. I'm not missing work. I'm just not there. Yep, Sam. Glasses. Even JJ's looking. JJ, when did we first meet? Like 2004, probably, when I first started at LVMS. 20 years ago. My hair was a different color. I didn't have these glasses on my face. I didn't have the beer belly. It was way different. Way different. I'm a Ricky Harbaugh Jr. making his way down that left side. Ends up with a 6:21, getting down to the throttle a little bit early. And again, we've got all afternoon that we are going to be running this test and tune. And it shouldn't be too much longer before we go ahead and interrupt the test and tune portion of today's program. I like that, Rooster. I guess I do need to take that as a benefit, as a bonus. Even though my hair is changing colors, at least I still do have it, which I'll go from there. I haven't seen JJ take his hat off yet, so I don't know if he's still got his or not. Oh, it's thinning. Oh, what a beautiful day. 539, 128 miles an hour down that right side of the racetrack and still kind of holding up here on the left side. Again, getting things off to a little bit of a, We're pulling cars out of the trailer. We're getting things squared away. We're getting things figured out. I don't know that I do remember the Nickelback joke. I'll have to remember that one. And already we've got folks that have checked in from, what do we see, London, Warsaw, Poland. So the international audience has already started to check in, and it's Test and Tune Day. Well, again, as we're doing Test and Tune, to answer the question about who are going to be the co-announcers this weekend, you know what, it seems like no matter what, whoever else sits down in the tower here with us at the Fling, just like awesome people, whether it be Mike Eames, whether it be, you know, Miss and Jared, JJ, Steve Riggins, whoever it is that usually sits in with us, but this weekend, I believe, at least we are still on track to have the one and only Brian Loans. I think he's set to show up here on Thursday. So he is obviously just wrapping things up there at Indy from the Big Go, taking off his beautiful blue blazer that he wears on Fox Sports, and will make his way here at some point in time. And because of that, because he didn't show up early enough, in the room that we have, I get the big bed, and he's going to have to sleep on the twin bed. So that's just the way that it's going to go. He gets the little one. But with Test and Tune continuing on, Larry Murray goes 581, 116 miles an hour. Richard Briscoe, 482. As Wes May and Roger Thornton are going to roll up here. Once again, we need our 32 drivers that are going to be competing in today's dragster shootout to make their way into the staging lanes. To get ready to go for your first time run. So again, if you are one of our 32 cars, please make your way to the lanes. As I'm watching several of our competitors roll in front of the tower here, getting ready to go, and some of the names that are already showing up on property. Going to be a little bit crazy. And I will say this. Everybody just kind of be on the lookout. I don't know when, but from what I've heard, the seminar that we did on Monday, I think they're going to go back, do a little editing on it, and they're going to be posting that up for a lot of folks to go ahead and watch. And that seminar, wow. Okay, sorry, interrupted here. How about Bob Payton and Rob Mosier? Payton goes perfect on the tree. Like first hit off the trailer, Payton's 5 total, or would have been. Because I know he would have dialed 615, and that's what he's going to tell everybody. Be like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was totally dialed 615 in my head. I go trip, zip, and dead on 5. All right, it's a time run. Nobody dialed in anything, but I'm just saying that's what he is going to tell everybody. And then across the way, Rob Mosier missed a perfect bulb by just 1,000th of a second. There is no round, Nightbot. This is just time trials. It is kind of a warm-up day. The racers that have showed up early get an opportunity to roll in here. It's a test and tune type day. It's essentially kind of an open format to test and tune. Cars are just going to come up. They're going to make laps all day long until we get to about the 9 o'clock hour. And in the meantime, in between all of that, we are going to pepper in our dragster shootout. Now, come on. I know that Queen Jaylene is sitting back here working on getting car numbers into the mix. And I do want to remind everybody that as you come up here to make your run, you do need to have your car number on the car. So if you've not yet made your way up here, after you've come through the gate, grab your tech card. Come on up here to the Diva desk. You can exchange your tech card for the car number that we are going to provide you, depending on, you know, kind of whether you're a double-entered, single-entered car. But you'll either get your A number, your AC number, your B or your D number. You put that sticker on the car and let it go. Now, the car that's making its way down the left lane right now said Slim Shady. I like that part. But what I liked even better was the helmet. I am a big fan of the black and gold helmet that was being worn in that car. I like it. No. Why? Well, unfortunately, we are going to hold for just, it is. Every time we get a little momentum going here on a Test and Tune Tuesday, you know Kyle Seipel's hanging out in the clouds up there right now going, and now.
Hey, I'll take it.
I'll spit a little bit on the racetrack. My question is, if that's Kyle, is that spit or is that something else? Yeah, no, I don't want to use my imagination. This is a family show, and we're going to leave it at that. But, I mean, that's one of those things. Like I said, looking at the weather forecast, we will happily take this kind of off and on here today because, and I'm going to look back at it again, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as of the last time that I checked, and Saturday are looking like sunshiny, beautiful, wonderful days here. And the temperature's not going to get that bad either. Yeah, last year it was a little warm here, but we moved it back a couple of weeks, and it's beautiful. I'm with you, James. It's exactly what we're saying. It's like we'll take a couple of little breaks now and then during Test and Tune Day. But tomorrow, for our Advanced Product Design, the APD Carburetor Wednesday, it's going to be gorgeous. Fuel Tech Thursday is going to be beautiful. ATI Performance Products is going to be perfect. And then American Racecraft Saturday is going to be phenomenal. So it's going to be good. So if you are, you know, within the sound of my voice, you need to load up that trailer and head this way because it's going to be a lot of fun. It's not going to be hot like it was last year. It's going to be a good time. Plus, we've got the Racer Appreciation Party that's going to be going on Friday night. There's going to be so much to do here. We are going to have, of course, the Fun Zone for the kids is going to get set up. The Fling Fun Zone brought to you by the folks at Premier Moving. The Mullis Race Cars Racer Appreciation Party on Friday night. Just all the regular goodies that make a fling so awesome. So we hold up a little bit here, and again, while we are doing that, thank you again to Strange Engineering for sponsoring the live feed here today. Thank you to Motormania TV for coming out and, of course, being on property as early as you were. Those of you that I'm sure are well aware, because you are all like motor maniacs and you know exactly where they were yesterday, and to be able to make the trip from there to here as quickly as they did and get stuff set up and get cameras on site and stop by the tower and drop off radios and they got it all done very, very quick. That's why I'm saying Joanne and Mark are the best in the biz. They are the best out there, and we appreciate them being here. So we're going to hold up just a moment for some sprinklage. We'll get back to test and tune. Once again, our 32 drivers for the shootout, you have been called into the staging lanes, please. We need those 32 drivers into the staging lanes, please. All right, well, Mother Nature decided that it's going to sprinkle on us a little bit harder than we had anticipated, at least for now. We're going to go ahead and, looks like we're starting to roll some cars back into the pit area so they can get under cover and keep the cars out from under there. So we're going to be on a little bit of a Mother Nature break. And once we get that squared away, we will let you know, for those of you motor maniacs that are listening in, and for those of you that are on property, when we are ready for you to make your way back into the staging lanes. But for now, we're going to go quiet at least here, and that means it'll be quiet out there, except for the fact that we're going to listen to some tunes until it's time to come back. So when Mother Nature decides she wants to play nice with us again, we'll come right back, and we will see you guys in just a few minutes. staging lane full of cars. The door cars are ready to do battle.
This is a sight to see. I mean, like I said, this drag strip is cut right between the mountains. That's a labor of love.
So this could get really, well, I'm not saying it could get, it's gonna get really fun really fast.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory, playback data right on the tach itself, or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
This is the one we've been waiting for. Thank you guys for once again supporting the Flings.
And as our great friend Kyle Seipel would say as he looks down upon us, let's roll.
It's Bristol, baby. It's where the fling was born. Maybe you come for the big purses, or maybe you come for the $60,000 in product giveaways. Or maybe you just come to compete at the highest level in a professional and fun environment. Race it, experience it.
Race it, experience it. For the last decade and more, founders and legendary racers Peter Biondo, Kyle Seipel, and the Fling family have put on some of the biggest and best events in the history of bracket racing, setting the bar for what a race can be, for what a race should be. With one race, names like Jeff Birdie and Randall Reed have joined instantly recognizable icons like Scotty Richardson and Luke Bagacki as racers who have achieved on one of the biggest stages in the sport. A place where young and old alike come together not to just test themselves, but to simply enjoy some of the coolest cars, prizes, camaraderie, and competition you'll find anywhere around. Ask anyone who's come to a Fling event, and they'll tell you the same thing. You'll just have to race it, experience it.
looking for a guided light to lead me on my way. Yeah, lost, struggling to make the top. A slipping grip can't hold me up. It's the game of life we play. When everything comes crashing down, be at your door when I hear the sound. You say the word and I'll stay the night. You wouldn't text if you moved on. You wouldn't keep me in your phone unless you knew that you were wrong. Now, from this moment rolling up, a speeding train can hold it up. You and I, we lost our way. You cheated light and ran away, and I got stuck with a knife in me, and this pain won't go away, but still, when everything comes crashing down, be at your door when I hear the sound. You say the word and I'll stay the night. You wouldn't text if you moved on. You wouldn't keep me in your phone unless you knew that you were wrong. But I hold on.
The suite at the Cosmopolitan awaits. And one of these two, either Kevin Brannon or Spencer Massey, is going to add their name to the list that was started by Jeff Verdi, continued on by Luke Bugacki, Randall Reed, Peeps Pennington, Scotty Richardson, and Bo Butner, have all claimed the title of Spring Fling Million Champion. The Showgirls, Jennifer and Greta, taking their position down there on the starting line as well. And we've got a Gaffney, South Carolina representation driving the Howmobile over on the left side. 460 is going to be the dial for the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's down in at 647. Kevin's down in at 460. 5 thou separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2 thou at the stripe to beat 2 thou under. 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5 thou under the dial. Massey with a 10 thou light breaks it out by 5 thou, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million. The main event day comes to a close in a fantastic side-by-side drag race between the door cars and the dragsters. Kevin Brannon, Spencer Massey did not disappoint.
Kevin Brannon taking the win in a car that he had not been in until this morning.
Pretty cool.
After the first round, was talking to him in the staging lanes, and he's like, you know, I got a pretty good horse here. Kevin Brannon, yes, you do, and you rode it all the way to be the Million main event champion here in 2022, Nathan Hershey.
We are standing down here trackside. Kevin Brannon is putting on the champion's jacket, the 7th man to don the jacket here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries, surrounded by the Showgirls. The smiles on the face is like, dude, the big check, the show, and just ends on an even higher note, man. Tell me about your experience here today. How much does this mean to you?
Man, I can't. I just got to give all the glory to God, and thank Brian, Mindy, and family for giving me the opportunity to drive this thing. I mean, they didn't know me and put their trust in me, and I can't thank them enough for giving me an opportunity.
Man, you have had a spectacular year already. Tell me, where does this win rank? You've got so many trophies on the shelf at home, but to be able to join an elite crew like this, what does this mean?
Someone with all the drama that went on, just to be able to do it and earn it all the way through, it's crazy. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say.
All right, hey, make some noise for your champion, Kevin. Don't know
Hello, racers. Thought I'd take you a little bit behind the scenes with the queen of the diva desk at the Spring Flings, Emily Biondo. Emily, how are you today?
I'm good.
So Emily's hard at it right now because we're about to leave for Vegas, and as soon as we finish Vegas, we're going to be trekking east to Galat with very little break. So if there's a little bit of stress on your face, we'll give you some leeway there.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yep.
I want to start off with the first question. You know, people see us running around at the Flings, and we rarely get any time, personal time. So tell us first, here's my first question to you. I want the racers to get to know you a little bit, but my first question is a hard one. It's, you've been, everybody knows, most people that are watching this know that Kyle Seipel, my best friend and business partner, passed away recently. And you, myself, and Kyle worked hand in hand for the last 12 years with the Flings. Tell the audience what it's like working with Kyle and I.
Okay,
Being a buffer, whatever your role was, whatever you did, tell the audience about it.
Yeah, a couple roles. Buffer's a good word for it. It's us three musketeers. I feel like we just had such a great, like, 1, 2, 3 punch, the three of us. You know, the boys can be so stringent with certain things and more analytical, and I would throw in some things that would be more personal, more personable for the racers. But the three of us working together was just like nothing else. I mean, the 1-2 punch of Peter and Kyle are unlike anything that I've ever seen in a friendship, and especially living so far away from each other. We all worked together for 12 years, and we miss him dearly. But you know, I've stepped up in the last couple of years and taken on some more of his roles. But he'll never be replaced, that's for sure.
There's no doubt about that. As a best friend and a business partner, he'll never be replaced. But you definitely did step up. So let's talk about that a little bit. You're a mother of 2, and you're now my right-hand person at the Flings. So tell us a little bit about your role, leading up to the event at the Flings, what you do, and what it's like.
Yeah, so leading up to the races, it's really turned into a full-time job these past, 3 or 4 years, I'd say. Thankfully, my kids are in school now, so I get a good chunk of time every day to do the grind, all the prizes, the sponsors, the spreadsheets, trying to organize everything so that when we arrive at the event, we can, actually take it in. And that's the best part of working with the Flings, is once you arrive at the track, you get this, the aura is just really cool. It's fun to be in the mix. I love being at the diva desk. It's you're right there on the front line. So the racers, they're coming to buy back, and they're just excited too. They've never been so happy to spend money with you, because you hear all the good stuff. So it's cool to be on the front lines like that.
Yeah, the diva desk is a fun place to be at the Flings. I know it's stressful.
There's controversy though whether the diva desk was created because the racers are the divas or because we're the divas. But I'm sticking with that it's the racers that are the divas.
Maybe a little bit of both. Well, you guys.
The wives will all agree with me.
Yeah, you guys work hard and you make it fun for all of the employees at the Flings and all the racers as well. Tell us a little bit about your racing. How did you get started, and your transition into motherhood from racing?
Yeah, so I started racing when I was 14, which would have been 22 years ago, which seems crazy that I'm even old enough to be racing for 22 years. But my friend's dad raced down in Florida, where I lived in Seminole, Florida. And I went out to the track with her one Friday night, and it was just fun, being around the racing atmosphere. We were like brushing off the tires after the burnout, thinking we were like the crew. My dad was always into muscle cars growing up, but he never went to the drag strip. So I was like, Dad, you got to come out here. And it was right up his alley. So the family just plunged right in, and I started racing juniors when I was 14, stopped competitive gymnastics at that point. And never looked back. I got, my first big car when I turned 16. I raced some foot brake here and there. And now I'm lucky if I, get in the seat like once a year, but it's fun to do that now as a mom, jump in the seat and let the kids kind of cheer for me. And Peter will bring the kids down to the finish line, and I'll see them when I turn off. Sometimes like Severo will hand me the time slip when I'm at New Media racing, because it's such a cool close family knit atmosphere there. So he jumps in the time slip booth, and it's hard to transition from one role to the other back and forth like that. So I don't race very often, which is fine with me. But it's nice to let the kids see me, doing my thing, and that the world doesn't revolve just around them. Like, I think it's so cool, these moms out here racing, often. I think it's neat for the kids to realize that the moms and the dads, they had lives before they became parents. And we have to bump these kids down a little bit into thinking that the world doesn't revolve around them.
Yeah, and probably you're underplaying how much you transition from a racer to a mother and a housewife. And the thing that I admire about you the most is how you unselfishly put your personal racing totally on the back burner, except for that 1 or 2 times per year. And I don't think there's too many people that would unselfishly make that conscious choice like you did. So definitely lucky to have you as part of obviously my wife, the mother of my kids, and the Queen Fling at the Diva desk.
Thanks, babe.
What's your biggest win? Tell the audience
biggest
what your
win,
biggest win.
You were there for it. It was 2012. I ran Super Gas for the first time. I had raced Super Comp a handful of times at Gator Nationals, our hometown national event in Florida. But I hadn't really, gone very far in those races, 3rd round, 4th round. And then all of a sudden, Peter puts me in Anthony Bertozzi's Super Gas car that is, 170 miles an hour in the quarter?
Yeah,
Right.
what she's not saying is she's never did a burnout with the with a line lock in a door car before racing
Dragster
at this
girl.
national event. And she's never, and so we chose Bristol because Bristol's altitude a little bit. I figured it would take some horsepower away, just the weather in itself, because I was nervous. That thing hauls ass. It's 170 miles per hour. And here I am, put my wife in it, who didn't have much experience or any in a roadster. But 7 rounds later, I was pulling behind you in the tower. I was in the final as well in Superstock, and I watched you be double-O, take dolo, and light up the scoreboards in the final. And to me, that was between that and my father winning a national event in front of me at Englishtown. Those are my 2 most memorable moments at the drag strip. So,
Yeah, that was neat. We had already had 2 flings at Bristol by that point. It was 2012. We were only just dating still. We weren't even engaged yet. And, so the Bristol staff was like family to us already after those couple events. So they were like rooting for me in the tower, and they were in my winner's circle picture. It was really cool. And then thank God Peter was behind me, because I think if the pressure was on me, if he won in front of me and I lost, oh my gosh, it would have been terrible. So I was glad that, the strong point was behind me and I got it done. And then he followed it up with a win. And it was really neat to share the stage in the national event like that.
It definitely was a special day for sure. Being at Bristol where the fling all started made it just that much better. I like to leave off with this. So you're a mother of 2. We have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. We obviously wouldn't change it for the world. It's but when we had Severio, our first child, and we were thinking about having a second, we were back and forth whether we should or not. What advice would you give a mother of 1 that is debating on having a second? Let's give some advice to the mothers here that's debating on having a second child. What advice would you give them? I'll start with one piece of advice. It's more than twice as hard because you start the numbers, now it's 2 on 2, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I would say first, we were so fortunate just to have 2 children. So, if you're in the position of being able to choose whether to have a second child or not, it's a hard decision. We had Severio, we had our boy, we were so excited. Everything seemed, perfect. And then we thought that would be a perfect little family, just the 3 of us. We were starting to really ramp up with the flings, and it was starting to take a lot of my time and Peter's time. So we were good. We thought maybe it'd just be the 3 of us. And then Kyle comes to New York one weekend and takes Peter out, and they had a couple martinis, and then came Olivia. So I would not change it for the world. But yeah, you're right. It definitely ups the parenting game. I always say that, with the second child, it kind of turns into the dad's first child. Like the dad really has to step up because that tiny little newborn baby just needs the mom for everything. So the dad really has to step up for the older kid, and it really puts a lot of pressure on them for that part. And then, you know, but now obviously I wouldn't change it for the world. We love our Spitfire, Olivia.
Yeah, she's definitely a Spitfire, and she completed our family for sure. Well,
It's fun to watch them together too, because the two have totally different personalities. She'll just ramble about everything for, you know, how her day went and tell you who got in trouble at class and, you know, everything. And then he's more reserved and more serious, and but he's a goofball too.
he's me and she's you, basically. Well, appreciate your time today as we get ready to head to Vegas next week for our spring fling and then back to Galat. Busy couple of weeks. Thanks for taking the time, and thanks for all you do.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good luck, racers.
A chain, right? It was like a chain, a chili chain. You got a chili chain? I thought there was some deal where they put it over spaghetti or something. Maybe I'm thinking of something wrong. I don't remember. I don't know. I've never been to Cincinnati. I don't know. Don Butkowitz and Steve Hedger. Hedger drops it red by enough. 0.31 on the wrong side. Goes 462, 149 miles an hour. Butkowitz, 14 green. And then goes 473 at 144 miles an hour. And hey, we're back. For those of you that are joining in on the live chat right now, we are just making our way through round number 1 of time trials. This is time trial number 1 for the 32-car shootout. I know you guys on the in the Motor Mania TV live feed were watching kind of that really cool interview between Peter and Emily Biondo, and that's always fun to watch. Always fun to watch. But this is just a time trial as Kyle Bigley and Matt Schell. Bigley out of New Jersey. I'm not even going to try to say the name of that city in New Jersey, because I will totally mispronounce it. And if somebody tells me it's pronounced the way that I think it is, then maybe I'll say it. Huh? Yep, not saying it. No, Pete said it. That's all right. That's how I would have said it. 16 green for Matt Schell, goes 486 at 130 miles an hour out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Bigley also coming down out of, you said it was Secaucus? All right. Dialed in at 447. Excuse me, runs 447 at 155 miles an hour. So that's going to bring up the pickup truck of Joe Hoskins and the dragster McKenna Brown. McKenna in the yellow and black Jegs ride. Is there some kind of connection between like this place and Jegs? Because I've seemed to notice some signage around the property that they've got like a long-standing relationship or something like that. Might be. They may be based somewhere near here. Something like that. Nah, that yellow and black, those are good colors. Good colors, good company, good people. And it is a pleasure to have them as long-standing sponsors and long-standing partners with us here at the Fling, title sponsor of this week's Jegs Summer Fling. As McKenna's 15 green and goes 451 at 151 miles an hour. Joe Hoskins 008 goes 652 at 103 miles an hour. As Rob Leipziger, part of that Rob's Towing family, rolls up over on the left side. Looking to get in that car number D4. D438. Car number 54, where are you? I'm not sure. Barry, are you saying that's right about like the chili on the spaghetti part, or like how far back are we going in the conversation? Because it's not too many, it's like not too often that most people go, hey, that's right, Nate. Most people are going, Nate, you're wrong. 18 green for Rob. He's going to go 460 at 148 miles an hour. 22 green for the dragster over on the right side goes 501 at 132 miles. Oh, Secaucus. All right, thank you. That one, the credit goes to Pete. Which, by the way, I would like the rest of the group on property to just kind of help me out. Peter and Marco both invested, got these real, they're cool headsets, right? I mean, the mic, the speaker, the whole thing, they're cool headsets, but they look like a boy band. At some point, yeah, JJ say we got to frost the tips of their hair and we'll have a concert later. Oh my goodness. Jason Sizemore, Glenn Dilday. I forgot how much I like Glenn's car. That 70 Nova is a beauty. 5:49 after a no 24 reaction time for Dilday. Jason Sizemore, 002 on the tree. And goes 487 at 140 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm serious. You just watch. Next time, if they're out there walking around with their microphones on, just look at them and go, baby, bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. I don't remember the rest of the words of that song, but Jeg Coughlin and Troy Williams Jr. Had this been an actual race, it would go down something like this. Jeg's gone. Troy's still sitting on the starting line. Troy's backing up. Jeg goes 5.805 at 117 miles an hour after no 21 reaction time. And Troy Williams is going to try it again. A little hiccup on the starting line for the Sonoma pickup. Hiccup for the pickup. Not getting it done. Again, time trials are underway. All of the 32 cars getting an opportunity to take a swing at the racetrack for the remainder of our competitors on property. Barry said, Jeg broke out. Yeah, I don't think he was going to let that happen. Oh, that's funny. Troy Williams, 15 green, and goes 568 at 120 miles an hour. Oh. I do love the popularity of the S10 pickup trucks in bracket racing. They are just sweet little rides, and they look like they are a ton of fun to drive. All right, so next two, Donovan Williams and Bill Webb. Webb out of Centerburg, the Ohioan. Taking over the left lane, Donovan Williams, the dragster on the right. Again, if you are part of the remainder of our crew that are out here participating in the Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday, you can start making your way back into the staging lanes as well. 3, 4, 5, and 6 are open for you. How about Bill Webb? Bill Webb's like, man, I totally would have dialed 490. He goes 002 and 490 with a 1. If you would have asked him in the staging lanes, he'd be like, yeah, I'm dialing 488. No, I don't know that. Donovan Williams, 18 green, goes 474 at 145 miles an hour. That's now Gerard Paterka. I don't know if that's like a soft G or a hard G. Is it Gerard? Is it Gerard? I'm going with Gerard. But apparently this is like the OG, because you got a lot of G's. Garrett Griffith and Gerard Paterka out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. So for Garrett, who's found himself a lot of success behind the wheel of that pickup truck, he's taken over the left lane. Gerard here on the right side. Garrett leaves 13 green. Gerard leaves 27 green as Gerard runs 462, 148 miles an hour. Garrett runs 634 at 107 miles an hour. As Mike Harbaugh stages it up, dragster on the left side stages it up. And then we get a 460 and a 466. 466 for Harbaugh on the right side after no 24 light. 460 for the dragster on the left side after no 32 light. I'm bringing out Rick Harbaugh and Kevin Thorpe. Speaking of like previous fling winners, and again, if you had joined us on Monday, which was yesterday, for the seminar that was put on there, again, huge, and I mean huge thanks to Johnny Ezel, Jeff Serra, Jeg Coughlin, of course, Peter Biondo for providing that panel of expertise on kind of all things related to bracket racing. But one of the diagrams that they showed during that seminar was kind of the reaction times during that King of the Fling race that we had in Bristol, and talking about what it was like to go out and just not letting yourself get worked up with emotion, just enjoying what you were doing. I mean, the reaction times during that whole thing were ridiculously low on average throughout the whole thing. And he was talking about, you know, that guy like right there, Kevin Thorpe, who just went down the left side, ended up being the king of the flings, got that really cool golf cart that Ivy Hutto put together. Kevin this time is 12 on the 3 and goes 460 at 149 miles an hour. Rick Harbaugh over on the right side, 28 green, and goes 468. Mr. Boo Boo. I'm going to just say this to you, Mr. Boo Boo. There is a racer out here, Slim Shady, who is wearing the ultimate helmet. It's gold and black, and it's got the fleur-de-lis on it. It's the best thing ever. Best thing ever. Just saying. Kyle Cotrera, Gary Williams. One of those, again, had this been an actual race, who knows, maybe round number 1 we will get to see this. I mean, we had what? Jag and Troy up a little bit earlier, or Jag and Gary. Now we get, or Jag and Troy Williams were up a little bit earlier. Now it's Kyle and Gary. Now, Gary 462 was 043 on the tree. Kyle was 50 on the tree. Yes, he does. He knows what's up. Who dat? Who dat? Gary ends up 462, 148 miles an hour. Cotrera ends up 50 on the tree and 454, 151 miles an hour. And speaking of those that were graciously involved in helping us get things figured out yesterday during the seminar, that is Johnny Ezel out of Louisiana. Who dat? And Michael Needham. Hamilton, Ohio's home on the left side. And we had Jag up earlier in his wagon. Johnny's up now. Johnny misses the tree, 005. Michael Needham's 004. Needham runs 508. Johnny runs 456 on the right side. Man, I'd love to tell you who's in the right lane, but they don't have the number on their car yet. I'll give you a clue, though. He was probably chipping golf balls a little while ago. And if you were with us yesterday, you know who that was. And if you happen to see the 003 on the scoreboard and a 461 at 149 miles an hour down the racetrack, he knows what's up. Jeff Serra puts up a nice little lap. So we've seen Jag, we've seen Jeff, we've seen Johnny. All of your fantastic professors from yesterday's seminar have made their way down the racetrack. I'm with you, GBB. I'm glad I got something to watch this week, too. Here is Elizabeth Salmons taking over the left side of the racetrack in the Querybill ride out of Harrison, Ohio, and John Coughlin. Showing up at the Jegs. Is that what a Cobalt? Trying to see what the badging is on that. Is it? I don't know. Well, a 594, 113 miles an hour after an 028 light for John Coughlin. Elizabeth was 048 on the tree. And then goes 49 at 140 miles an hour. I'll bring up Josh Ludke and Dennis O'Brien. There we go. Yes, sir. So Ludke, Nova on the right. O'Brien, the 68 bodied Chevelle on the left. We continue to make our way through the 32 cars. This is time trial number 1. Josh 004. And goes 637, 106 miles an hour. Dennis O'Brien, 564. At 121 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up a couple of names that I am going to absolutely destroy, but I will do my best. Somebody feel free to let me know. But it's Art Siafi? Maybe? And I think it's Tyler Farrakar? Don't know. I would love some assistance with the pronunciation of those two last names just to make sure that I'm right. Or tell me that I'm wrong and tell me get it right. Tyler 001 Red goes 552, 130 miles an hour. Art 005 and then 590. With a 3 in the little number column at 114 miles an hour. So I'm thinking that's like Farrakar and then Art Siafi. We'll see. We'll see. So Jordan Arnold in the S10 pickup truck on the right side out of Knoxville. And A.J. Ash. He knows what's up. A.J. with a perfect helmet. A.J.'s over on the left side. Arnold's on the right. Jordan Arnold, 6th thou early on the let go, and then goes 631 at 107 miles an hour. AJ 051 on the tree and goes 468 at 146 miles an hour. As now Amanda Manuel and Dan Sayers. Sayers in the 15-bodied Camaro out of West Virginia. Amanda Manuel, the S10 pickup truck out of North Carolina. Again, let's get the rest of our test and tune cars. Again, if you have just bought an entry for today's Law Chevrolet Buick Open Test and Tune, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 are your place to be. Dan just left. He saw the tree stage up and he just went, okay, I'm going. Let's just say he left early. Red light turned on. He goes 613, 111 miles an hour. Amanda Manuel was 036 on the tree. And then goes 624 down the racetrack as Joey Barish and Steve Law Speaking of that Law Chevrolet Buick. Law on the left, Joey on the right. On the tree for Joey, 19 on the tree for Steve as Law goes 471 at 145 miles an hour down that left side of the racetrack. Joey was 487 at 141 miles an hour. On the right side of the racetrack, we'll now bring out Wes May and Cam Manuel. Cameron on the right side this time. Wes May in the Regal on the left side. Again, time trial number 1 for the 32-car shootout. Yep, GBB. This is the first of 2 time runs. We're back in a regular testing tune. Yeah. Cameron Manuel 58 green goes 455. So again, we are back into our regular test and tune. Again, if you are part of the program in the Law Chevrolet Buick Shootout, come on down lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. It won't be long. We'll work on calling our shootout contestants back into the staging lanes here in a little while. So we're going to continue on with our regular test and tune. We will take a little break up here in the tower. It is Tuesday, a Law Chevrolet and Buick test and tune day. Again, we want to thank our live feed, Strange Engineering, for bringing you that live feed. Thank you for being on board with Motor Mania TV here all weekend long, and we certainly appreciate it. Racers, sit back, enjoy. For those of you that are listening in and watching along on the live feed, enjoy that. We're going to go a little quiet up here for a minute, and we will continue on with test and tune.
But if I try, I can See them again. I want to knowing who I am. No one ever stopped me, not even Uncle Sam. Life might be a struggle, life might be a fight, but I am here to show the world that I can make it right. On a bad day, on a good day, on a bad day, rain keeps raining. I don't cross my T's, I don't dot my I's, I won't say pretty please, or speaking little white lies. I've got a rebel soul, I've got a rebel soul, I've got a rebel soul, I've got a rebel soul. Oh, just get down with it, down with it, down with it, just get down.
right. So as we continue on, Tuesday here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. We are rolling through a lot of the cars that have entered the Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday. And we've also got our second round of time trials coming up right now for our drivers that have entered the American Race Cars and Race Tech Dragster Shootout. Jamie Holston and Matt Schell. First two backing up here as we've got 32 cars in the field, all playing the game. Trying to see if they can get a little good mojo, a little momentum rolling into the remainder of the event. But life is going to be good. We are live on that Strange Engineering sponsored Motor Mania TV live feed, as we are going to be throughout the remainder of the week. And again on a Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday, we've got our APD carburetors, the Advanced Product Design Carburetor Wednesday coming up tomorrow. That'll be followed by the Fuel Tech Thursday, the ATI Performance Products Friday, and the American Race Cars Saturday. But right now we are focused squarely on the 32 cars that have entered into today's shootout. Jamie Holston and Matt Schell both leave identical on the tree. 13 green for both Jamie and Matt, as Matt is going to run 486 at 129 miles an hour on the left side. Jamie Holston puts up a 446 at 156 miles an hour on the right side. And they make their way down towards the big end of the racetrack here at National Trail Raceway. That will bring out Sean Dennis in his Corvette. And Kyle Bigley out of Secaucus, New Jersey. Bigley in the dragster on the right side. As we've sent our first pair down. We'll give them another swing at the track here, and the next time that we see the shootout contestants on the racetrack, it'll be a little racing for real, but right now it is practice. Practice, practice, practice. Dennis, first one to find his way into the bulbs. Kyle Bigley joins him as the tree drops. A little bit of a red light start for Dennis in the Corvette. He's 009 on the red side. Bigley 004 as Kyle goes 446 at 155 miles an hour. Dennis puts up a 616 at 111 miles an hour. And again, a great big old shout out to those of you who are joining us on the Motor Mania live TV feed. The last time my screen updated said we were up to like 452 people watching. I'm sure that's gone up a little bit since then, as Jason Sizemore and Bill Webb will roll up now. Webb and Douglas, 14 green. Sizemore the dragster, 16 green. Left side dragster goes 486 at 140 miles an hour. Bill Webb 488.8 at 141 miles an hour, as they've completed their portion of the time runs getting ready for the shootout. And I'm thinking we need to have a little contest, a little side contest kind of on our own. And that side contest kind of on our own is like who can bring out the best t-shirt. I've already seen one that I would like nominate as the winner. Well, I'm just saying, you know, sitting up here in the tower, you get a chance to look around, see people walking in front of the building, back in the staging lanes, all that kind of stuff. And so far, the best t-shirt that I've seen out there, other than, of course, the event t-shirts, which are absolutely awesome, but the best one that I've seen out there says, "I talk to myself for expert advice." I love that. That's funny. McKenna Brown on the right side, 24 green. Dragster on the left side is 36 green, as the Jegsmobile goes 451 at 152 miles an hour. And Dragster on the left puts up 498 at 132 miles an hour. And that'll bring out Tim Kelly and Wayne DeSantis. DeSantis in the Daytona. And we'll take over the right lane this time, and Tim Kelly And the dragster out of Cincinnati. What's up, Greg? Glad to see you're joining in here along with everybody else. Tim misses the tree by 1,000th of a second. Wayne is 009 as the Daytona goes 598, 115 miles an hour. Tim Kelly puts up 472 at 146 miles an hour. I'll bring up Glenn Dilday and Tom Dauber. I do know that, Mr. Boo Boo. I'm looking forward to watching that, and I'm hoping that the flight schedule works out. And that they're actually showing that game on the plane. That's what I'm hoping for. I want to make sure they get to watch that game while I'm on the plane home. Because that's going to be fun. So Glenn in the Nova. Tom Dauber, who I'm glad to see he's made his way out onto the racetrack, was one of our first racers in need. Glad to see that he was able to get the radiator situation taken care of on the dragster. He's off and away with a 0.21 reaction time. Dilday had the 0.24 reaction time as Glenn in the Nova goes 548, 126 miles an hour. Tom Dauber, 469. At 147 miles an hour. And that's going to bring out Don Butkowitz. And Garrett Griffith. Garrett, the pickup truck out of Kentucky. Butkowitz, the dragster out of New Jersey. Time trials. Second and final time trial for the shootout today. Don and Garrett in set, tree drops, and away we go. Garrett 25 green, Butkowitz 19 green. Don goes 472, 145 miles an hour. Garrett goes 634 at 107 miles an hour. I'll bring up Kyle Cotrera and Gerard Paterka. As the two dragsters back up from the burnout. And clear the throats. And we'll stage them up. So the pre-stage bulbs have illuminated. Gerard is in, Kyle is in. And it's a 3,000ths difference reaction time. Cotrera 0.27. Gerard 0.24 as Gerard goes 462 at 148 miles an hour. Kyle Cotrera 454 at 151 miles an hour. And how about Johnny and Jeg? Johnny Ezel on the right side again. Going back to kind of that first round of time trials. Had this been an actual race? Let's see what we got going on here. Jeggy in the long roof Nova wagon, right side. Johnny the dragster on the left side. And it's going to be Jeggy with the better bulb, 16 green. Johnny was 21 green as Ezel goes 456, 151 miles an hour. Jeg goes 581 at 117 miles an hour. Two drivers, as we learned yesterday, with completely different theories, completely different takes on how to prep for your race. I want to see kind of how Marco preps for a race. I can tell you exactly how Marco preps for a race. You know what he says? Hey, Lello, what are we going to dial? He's got a sister that does all the hard work. She's like the brains of the operation. Marco's like, I just drive. I show up, I drive. Mike Doherty and Joe Hoskins. Hoskins was red by a thou. Mike is green, 007. As Doherty, 678, 99 miles an hour. Joe goes 652 at 103 miles an hour. There's Kevin Thorpe and Tim Markaglu, both former winners at Fling events. I want to say Timmy won, what, in Galat, I believe? I think it was Galat on the last day. I think it was a Saturday night, maybe, or Friday. It was one of the two. Oh, it was first day? Yeah, well, they all blend together. And then, of course, Kevin Thorpe, former winner, as well as the king o' the flings in what was, you could say arguably, I would say inarguably, one of the best races on the planet. Just the entire event from start to finish, watching those guys go out there and like two heavyweight fighters just throw roundhouse after roundhouse, uppercuts, knocking each other down. It was awesome. Markaglu is 20 on the tree. Thorpe is 22 on the tree as Kevin goes 4.601 at 150 miles an hour. Markaglu goes 4.55 at 151 miles an hour. And I am certainly looking forward to seeing exactly how this whole shootout shakes out before the day is over, because the racers that have jumped into this thing are awesome. And I mean it. Awesome. I think even at some point Marco was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and go to work for the Flings, because as much as I like racing them, they're tough. It's hard. 006 green right side, 004 red for Hedger on the left side as Hedger goes 463, 148. Dragster on the right side, 459, 153 miles an hour. Michael Needham, 002 on the tree, and 507 down that right side of the racetrack. Got a 009. And then Donovan Williams rolling up here in the FTI entry. Again, as we are making our way kind of through our test and tune for the 32-car shootout. A lot of drivers playing musical chairs, as they will be throughout the weekend, I'm sure. So Donovan, 051 green, and goes 464, 149 miles an hour. So again, between like Troy, Gary, Donovan, and then Tanner and Kevin Thorpe, we'll go with that. Well, this one's easy. Rob Leipziger. Rob. Part of that Rob's Towing Company out of New Hope, Pennsylvania. So if there is a New Hope of Pennsylvania, is there also like a Crushed Dreams of Pennsylvania? Like, I'm from New Hope, I'm from Devastation. And then there's one other person down the road from I Give Up. Rob, 27 on the tree and 4:59 at 148 miles an hour. And we'll bring out Troy Williams. As we had Donovan up in the dragster a little while ago. Troy's in the truck. Gary sitting in the dragster behind him. A lot of folks have decided they wanted to get another look at that left lane. So Gary lets go. 11th out behind the green line, runs 5:68. That's Troy, I mean. Gary's behind him, Troy's in the truck. We'll figure it out when it's time. When it matters. So Troy was 11 green. Gary now sitting in this dragster. At least that's what the scribbles on the sheet are saying. So again, racers, want to remind everybody that the open test and tune, essentially the raw Chevrolet Buick test and tune, is going to continue on until about 9 o'clock tonight. You get the opportunity to make a few trips down the racetrack if you have not yet purchased that test and tune and did want to jump in on that. You can grab that out there at the main gate. Get an opportunity to do a little testing and tuning. That was Mike Harbaugh. Yep. Will be followed by Rick Harbaugh, who I believe are our final two. In our time runs. Mike leaves early by 85 thousandths of a second, goes 4:65, 147 miles an hour. Rick rolling out of the water box. Which that's going to be what a lot of people are trying to prevent. They're going to try to prevent getting Rick rolled. But he may have to make that happen. Gaithersburg, Maryland, home base for the dragster on the right side, or the left side. I don't know, we get to see a whole bunch of those topless Mustangs. I'm just looking at what's sitting in front of town right now. I mean, we've seen topless Cavaliers and topless Corvettes and topless Camaros, and I don't know, I've seen a whole bunch of those super gas style topless Mustangs. Have you seen a bunch of those, Marco?
Not many.
Not many. Okay. I like it. Just don't get to see a lot of them. But it's all right. So Rick, 44 on the tree, 4:68, 146 miles an hour, and that is going to wrap up time runs for our 32-car shootout. With that, we are going to continue on into our Law Chevrolet Buick test and tune portion as Brad Bailey and the Underdog Mustang rolls up. And then again, looking out the window here, I love the fact that Matt Daddis is driving an old DeFrank car. I think it's totally cool to see how cars kind of move around the country and end up going from like amazing driver to amazing driver as they continue their life. Larry Murray. And that topless Mustang says he's out of Memphis, Michigan. I don't think that's the song, or that's the town they wrote the song Walking in Memphis about. I think it's a different one. Call me crazy, but I think it is. There's another one somewhere else in the country that they might have. Anyway, 34 in the tree and 579, 117 miles an hour. Dan Sayers, 27 green, and goes 615 at 111 miles an hour. Where is Memphis, Michigan? And don't say it's in Michigan. Because somebody always does. Like, where is Memphis, Michigan? Apparently, it's only 203 miles from here. Oh. It's up past Detroit. I got it. Matt Daddis, 002 on the tree, 611 at 111 miles an hour. And you're right, Mr. Boo Boo. Jimmy DeFrank, one of the best. Him and his brother Tony. I mean, you just start thinking about it. I mean, how many divisional championships is Jimmy up to now? Is it like 14 or something like that? I think it's like way up there. And national championships, he's 7 or 8. I thought he was more than that. Anyway, it may be. But he's just like way up there in the numbers. Dennis O'Brien was 003 on the tree. Right next to Daddis is Marty Martin and Nick Dishon. Dishon? Dishon. We'll go with that. Anyway, he's out of Kokomo, Indiana. Again, we're in Memphis, Michigan. They didn't write the song about that town. Then there was another song called Kokomo that I don't think they wrote about Kokomo, Indiana. That was a Beach Boys song, right? Kokomo? Marco's looking at me like, what's up? That's He said, I think they're playing that song in the oldies station now, Nate. He's probably right. Marty was 11 on the tree, goes 450 at 152 miles an hour. Nick goes 17 green and 539 at 129 miles an hour. Again, time runs are underway. And unfortunately, dang it. Mother Nature. You Mother Nature. It's all right. We talked about it. We will happily take this on Tuesday. It'll be just fine. And before the weekend is over, I am going to break into AJ Ash's trailer and at least take a picture with his helmet. Because I like it. See, so that's good. We'll happily take that as Amanda Manuel and Josh Ludke. Josh in another one of those lawmobiles. Mr. Boo Boo jumped in and said he's 16-time division champ. I was shorting him too. We'll see. Amanda, 21 green, 627, 106 miles an hour. Josh was 002 red. And then goes 636 at 106 miles an hour. And since it is Tuesday, I'm just kind of doing test and tune in between rounds of the 32-car shootout. I always kind of love tossing the questions out there to the chat bleachers and then let them kind of debate it amongst themselves. And I can't remember if we did this one before or not. But I'm going to toss this one out there anyway. Best breakfast cereal of the 80s. What, for those of you that are in the chat bleachers, kind of like the old Saturday Night Live thing with the coffee talk, I'll toss something out there and then you go ahead and discuss. Best breakfast cereal of the 1980s. And it looks like we may be on hold here a minute for a couple of sprinkles anyway, so we've got a little bit of time. Some things to think about, but for the almost 480 people that are out there kind of watching, toss that out there. And if somebody says shredded wheat, you're going to get ejected from the chat bleachers, I'm just saying, because that stuff's gross. So we are pushing cars back from the starting line. Again, just a couple of little weather anomalies in the area. And for those of us from the West Coast, this is, it's a welcome sight. I mean, we'd love to see more of this over where we're at right now. And we would certainly love to see more of this over in our part of the world right now. Grape nuts. I say best breakfast cereal of the 80s. Somebody immediately pops in with grape nuts. I was like expecting to see, okay, Captain Crunch, something like that, Count Chocula, something like that, but grape nuts? See, that's what I'm saying. They're throwing out there, you know, Fruit Loops, grape nuts. Grape nuts were like, those things would immediately send you to the dentist. That was like eating gravel. Joanne. Life cereal. All right. See, Mopar Man knows grape nuts equals rocks. Small pebbles. Oh, I love that. Life cereal's a good choice. I like the Captain Crunch, Fruit Loops. Even Peter said, yeah, Count Chocula is the way to go. What was the other, Frankenberry or something like that? And then there was the one that was something about Blueberry. I can't remember. Anyway. Oh, Mike Ames would probably know every cereal from the 80s. Oh, Super Sugar Crisp. Nice. Robbie Glenn, your son is right. He ate grape nuts for the first time, and it is like eating dirt. Oh, Cookie Crisp. Good call. Cocoa Pebbles and Cocoa Puffs. You notice a theme in the 80s cereals? Everything was like overly sugared and chocolate flavored. Yes, it was. I was a fan of honeycomb myself. Joanne called out Life cereal. Queen Jaylene from up here in the towers with you. Love the Life cereal. Mikey likes it. Lucky Charms on race day. You can still do Lucky Charms on race day. You can probably still do a lot of these. But anyway, we are just waiting for the weather to clear the area.
At American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazier Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazier for the best solutions.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
Well, race fans, good morning, and welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the 2022 version of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We've got racers that have joined us from across 3 different countries, from the United States, from Mexico, and from Canada, coming in to race for big money here today. And once again, we are going to crown a champion who will join the prestigious list of those who have gone before to claim the title of Million winner here in Vegas.
Get your Million Tech card. You never know. You never know. You could be the one standing in front of that Spring Fling Million banner today. holding up the trophy, joining the ranks of Bo Butner and Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bagaki, and Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, the OG of the Spring Fling Million here.
The official car count is 260 today.
It's going to be $285,000 to tonight's winner.
Who's ready? 285K, Showgirls, Limousine, Cosmopolitan Suite. Let's roll.
Racers, the time has come. The Spring Fling Million is about to get underway. Racers, let's go racing.
And as our good friend Kyle Seipel would say, let's roll. Round number one, life-changing money.
Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's down in at 647. Kevin's down in at 460. 5,000 separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2,000 at the stripe to beat 2,000 under 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5,000 under the dial. Massey with a 10,000 light breaks it out by 5,000, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million.
I'm here with my good friend, Anthony Bertozzi. My name is Peter Biano from the Spring Fling events. Anthony, how are you?
I'm doing great, Pete, as always.
Yeah, you always have, one thing about Anthony and I, we go back a long way. But he always is, if you're ever having a down day or a bad day, you just talk to Anthony. He seems to boost your mood up. And how the heck do you always stay in a good mood? Let's start with that.
Well, I always look at it positive, Pete. We got a pretty good life, you and I both. And you look at the people in Ukraine, imagine being them. So I just, every day I look at the positives and enjoy every day I get on this earth. And I've been blessed my whole life and just love life.
Yeah, well, I wish everybody could take a little one page out of your book there, because you're always pleasant to be around. And so how long do we know each other now? What, like 25 years?
Shoot, it's been more than 25. What was it? 90s, probably 30 some years.
So
We getting
30
old, Sneaky. You couldn't even run a car when I first met you in West Palm Beach. So you
Yeah,
had
when
to
I
be-
met Anthony, I came up. We didn't know each other at all. Jimmy the Shoe, Jim Harrington introduced us, and I came off the plane as a punk kid from New York with a rat tail, and I showed up to the racetrack with my luggage in hand with a taxi cab, and the rest is history. We've definitely had some good times together.
Oh yeah, you had to be probably 20, so it's got to be 30. Remember, you start with a 5 now, Sneaky.
31, yep, 31 years.
Yeah.
So as far as I mean, he's a great guy to be around. Pretty much keeps to himself at the races. But tell the viewers a little bit about Anthony Bertozzi. What goes on during the week?
During the week, back when I first met you, I would work 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day in the drywall business. My father started, or actually my grandfather started 100 years ago. And then here lately, the last few years, I've changed that to about 3 days a week. So I come in, still run a drywall business, have some rental properties, some commercial real estate. But I usually try to take Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and either go racing somewhere. And when I don't want to go racing, I'll go to a house in Fort Lauderdale I bought a couple of years ago, or we got a house in Virginia Beach. So I try to stay grounded for 3 days a week and then enjoy life the other 4.
Well, enjoy life. You definitely do. I've been with you many times over the years, and there's not a day goes by that you don't enjoy. As far as racing goes, you have the most world championships out of anybody I know. What do you have? 17 between NHRA and IHRA?
I got one last year, but well, you probably counted a half of one since it was a COVID. But I got 18 now. Yeah, I got 16 IHRA and then 2 NHRA.
18 world championships. That's crazy. If you can give, let's say you had a little brother that just started racing, if you can give him one piece of advice after all your years of experience, all the championships, what one piece of advice would you give somebody if you could only give him one?
If I could only give them one, it'd be learn from your mistakes and don't blame everything else for your losses. You know, look at why you lost. Most of the time, it's I've told people before, you look in the mirror, you can find the answer, but just try to figure out why you lost, what you did wrong, how you can execute better, and don't blame everything on everybody else. Most of the time, it's your fault.
Take responsibility and learn from it.
Exactly. Very well said in a couple of words.
We can't finish this interview without one Jimmy the Shoe story, or just one story. If you could pick one story over the years at the racetrack, whether it's Jim Harrington related or not, what's like your most funniest story or your best memory at a racetrack?
Well, it'd have to be the first time I met him. So I met him at Kinston, North Carolina.
This is Jim Harrington, right?
Jim Harrington.
Yep.
Kinston, North Carolina. Me and the Big Chief were down there racing, and they're getting ready to call first round. It's a New Year's race. Getting ready to call first round of the lanes. Here comes this dually with a flat trailer with a dragster hung off the back, flying across the parking lot into the grass. I mean, smoke, dust flying, pulls right up beside me and Big Chief. And I'm telling you, they were done time runs. They were calling first round to the lanes. And this Jimmy the Shoe jumps out the truck. And he's like, man, can y'all give me a hand getting this car off? He said I could get a time run. And so we lift this car off. He's got on his flat trailer sticking about 6 foot off the end.
Was it a dragster on a flat trailer, or?
Yeah, he had the mother's dragster on a flat trailer. And I'm telling you, he's coming across this field and it's bouncing up and down, dust flying. So we help him unload it. He gets a time run. I think they made a couple of rounds. It rains out. So nobody really stayed at the track. Nobody had motorhomes back then, or not many people. So there was a hotel in Kinston. So we go to the hotel. Well, I got to know him that day, and he's going to go to the hotel with us. So we go to the hotel, bunch of racers there. All of us go in to eat. They got a restaurant at the hotel. Now, of course, I just met him. I don't know Jimmy the Shoe from Adam. So we go, probably 10, 12 of us. And we finished eating dinner, had a ball. Check comes. Jimmy jumps up. He grabs it out the lady's hand. He goes, I got this. I'm like, damn, this dude from New York. I got a high roll on my hands. I'm liking him. So he takes the check. He signs it, puts the room number, and puts a name on it. We all leave. We go out. They got a bar there, club there. We all go to the club and we're drinking, having a good time. They did dancing and stuff. About 1 o'clock in the morning, the DJ stops and turns the music off, and they come over the loudspeaker and they said, would Joe Jackson please come to the front desk? And I'm standing beside the shoe. The shoe taps me. He goes, we got to get out of here. He done signed a tab, Joe Jackson, to put a room number on it. And that was my first time I ever met him. Again, I think he's some high roller from New York. And we have many stories after that. He become a really, as you know, really good friend. And one thing I love about racing is the people you meet. Of course, I'd never met you. Well, I might have, but I probably wouldn't have. We wouldn't have the relationship we have if it wasn't for Jimmy the Shoe. So we had a lot of good times with him. I mean, just everybody knows him, great guy. Just definitely was taken from us too soon. Another reason to enjoy every day. And he lived that life that way. He enjoyed every day. Didn't matter if he had a dime in his pocket. Just a great guy.
Yeah, I remember after Jimmy the Shoe passed away, my father, who was also close to him, said that he lived a fuller life in his short life than most people do when they live to 90 years old.
I'll agree.
And that was an eye opener to me. Yeah, the Shoe. There's, if you don't know Jim Harrington, if you're a youngster or the next generation of racers, you really missed out on absolute one in a million guy. Everybody has a Jimmy the Shoe story. And I, like you said, Anthony, we may have not met if it wasn't for the Shoe, because the way we met was you told the Shoe that you had back then the Moroso 5-day was the race to be at. That was like, you know, the biggest race, everyone wanted to be there. And I remember that you asked the Shoe, you said you're gonna have a spare dragster down there. Do you have any drivers? And the Shoe said, I know this young kid from New York, you won't be disappointed. And I guess the rest is history. We've won a lot of races together and had a lot of good times together. Yeah, we definitely did. But that's exactly how it happened. He said, I got a guy, he actually said he's gonna be the best bracket racer ever. And he won't far off. Wow. That's a yeah, he told me that when you were coming out of high school. I said, shit, send him down. Yeah, we didn't have much to lose, but we had a lot of fun, that's for sure. Yes, so moving forward, what are your plans for this year? You're building a new house. If you don't know, Anthony's house caught fire, what was that, 2 years ago now? Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, I was in there sleeping 1 o'clock in the morning, caught fire, burnt to the ground. So I am almost finished, probably 2 months, we'll be back in that. My plans are just what I did last year and the year before, running some NHRA stuff. You know, I still love the bottom bulb, love super stock. I love the bracket racing, but it's kind of, you know how it is. You're probably the only one that can come and go in it and still do really, really well. It's kind of like trying to play golf against Tiger Woods. You play once a year. You know, I bracket race 3 or 4 times a year. So I still love it, still love going and having a good time. But back when I was successful at it, back in the 80s, I would race, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, pretty much every week, race 2 cars. So you get a lot of laps. And now I just enjoy, you know, I enjoy watching buddies of mine drive my stuff and do well. And, you know, until you come up with a spring fling thing, you was my driver, but you done left me high and dry. So now I got, you know, LaBoose, and he does well. And, you know, Cisco won the million, and Santangelo does a great job. So I'm just planning, I'm gonna run probably 3 or 4 bracket races. You know, I wanted to run both your flings, but both of them are on Charlotte. I'm gonna run Charlotte, the first Charlotte, and then run the Bristol fling. So I still enjoy it. It just, you know, it gets a little frustrating, that 8th mile bracket race and top bulb, double O dead on. Just, it's a whole lot tougher than when I started in the 80s. Yeah, it's definitely, the bar has definitely been raised, but, you know, listening to you talk and being with you over the years racing, you don't take racing like as serious as some other people. I could only imagine how many world championships you would have won if you do take racing as serious. You you're more worried about having a good time and what everybody's eating at the racetrack that's with you and cooking for them than you are turning the wind light on. You still turn many a wind light on, so that says a lot about you.
Yeah, if I put a little more effort. I remember you told me something one time years ago, and I'll never forget it, that you said, because I asked you, I said, as good as you are, Pete, why wouldn't you race every weekend? And you said, if I concentrate as much effort as I put into it, I'm putting 100% when I go. I'd rather go 10 times a year, put 100%, not get burnt out and do really well those 10 times than to go 40 times a year, put 80%, not quite do as well, go to have a good time more or less. But I'm all about, I love to win, don't get me wrong, but if I went now and just helped the guys that drive for me and cooked and had a good time, I'm just as happy with that as I am driving and trying to be competitive. I just don't spend the time I used to on a practice tree all week. And, I got a couple of beach houses and a couple of boats and a couple of grandchildren and a daughter and a whole lot of other stuff that I love doing. Once you get a little older, your priorities change a little bit, but I still love it. And everybody loves to win.
Yeah, and you have a knack for picking winners. You mentioned some of them, Santangelo, Cisco, and now you got Johnny LaBouche driving for you. He's already won world championships, and the future is bright for Bertozzi Racing. No matter you just have a winning way about you. It's hard to describe, but whether you're at a casino, rolling the dice with you, or you're racing with you, just good things happen to good people, and that shines on you strongly.
Well, I appreciate that, and I believe a lot of it's that positive attitude. You go with a positive attitude and good things happen to you, and you help people. Good things happen, like you said, to good people. But I don't know if I got a knack for picking. I got a knack for listening to good advice. Let me put it to you like that. So Jimmy the Shoe gave me the good advice about you, and I got to give it, pat you on the back. You give me, when you quit driving the super gas car, you're the one said, hey, you ought to talk to John LaBouche. He's really driving good. You spend a lot of time looking at everybody's runs and numbers. So you turned me on to him and Santangelo.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy the Shoe turned me on to Cisco. But yeah, I do listen to smart people and good advice. And then add a little bit of luck to it.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in 2022, and sure you'll have more world championships down the road, and appreciate your time coming on, Anthony.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Well, we've got Matt Daddis on the starting line, going to be our, I don't want to say final car, but he's like, going to be the last one before we get into round number 1 of the American Race Cars and Race Tech Shootout. Daddis 003 red goes 6'11" at 111 miles an hour, and I am going to be joined on the microphone by none other than Marco Paravalaris, who is part of the Fling staff now and an integral part of the Fling staff. And not only does he do everything kind of behind the scenes, spends a little time on the microphone. Marco, it's good to have you joining us up here as we get ready to go with round number 1. 32 cars racing for that opportunity to take their pick between two of the best built cars on the planet.
Well, Nate, first of all, thanks for having me. 32 car shootout, that means light up the scoreboard 4 times and you're gonna get a dragster chassis.
Light it up 5 times, you got to take your pick.
Either or sounds good to me.
That it does. How about we're going to start this off with a pickup truck battle. Kind of like a pickup game on a basketball court. It's the pickup. Rolled into the staging lanes, Troy Williams and Joe Hoskins ended up pairing up with each other here in round number 1 as Joe is dialed in at 652, the blue truck on the right side. Troy Williams, the red truck on the left side, dialed in at 572. So the head start, according to the difference in dial, will belong to Joe, and then Troy going to have to reel him in before they hit that finish line. Racing for real for the first time here at the Summer Fling. Round number 1 is underway, and away we go. Joe Hoskins leaving the line with a 006 reaction time, goes 6:58 on a 6:52, and I got to tell you, I don't know what happened to Troy there, but it just did not quite work out. Ends up with a 6:42 on a 5:72. The truck gave up.
Yeah, Troy Williams, if there's anybody that's really good at getting their stuff fixed, Gary Williams and all of them at the FTI gang, they'll get her fixed up. I can almost guarantee that, Nate.
Absolutely they will. So it's going to be Joe Hoskins taking the blue pickup truck into round at number 2. He'll go into the round of 16 as Mike Doherty and Rick Harbaugh will be our next two. Doherty in the 69 Stang out of Franklin, Indiana. He's got the 676 dial, leaving first against the dragster, dialed in at 467. So left lane. Gonna watch as the Mustang leaves. The green light is on. It stays green, and away we go. Harbaugh closing in fast against Doherty. Doherty breaks out 675 on a 676. Gets there first by 28 thou. Breaks it out 9 thousandths of a second on the loss. Identical reaction times between those two.
Well, 676 to 467 split. When you're in Mike's position, that's a little hard to drive the finish line. Got there first 28 thou. Needed to take 19 or less.
Yeah, 40-mile-an-hour closing speed there. The difference is Rick Harbaugh gets it done. Doherty takes a little bit too much stripe. Now it is, I believe this is going to be Gary Williams sitting on the left side going up against Johnny Ezel. How about this matchup, round number 1 of a 32-car shootout? You got Johnny Braggett racer on the right down 459 and a red light start for Ezel. By 4 thousandths of a second, Ezel fouls it away. Gary is 005 and goes 473 on a 476.
Both drivers are just about 300ths under the dial, so that would have been very interesting to see what moves would have been made at the finish line if Johnny Ezel was green.
And I think it's pretty appropriate there that, as we talked about it in the seminar yesterday, as Bill Webb and Mike Harbaugh get them lined up, talking about those racers that typically come up there holding about 300. That's exactly where Gary was. 300 under the dial as he legged it out. Bill Webb, Mike Harbaugh Dragster versus door car. Winner's going to be Webb. 489-1 on a 489. Puts up 8 thou total. 007 on the tree. Dead on 1. Puts him ahead by 16 thou at the finish line. Mike Harbaugh was 15 green, dead 9, and comes up short.
Wow. Bill Webb needed to take the stripe by 17 thou or less, and he took 16. So there you go.
Fitted in the window. Fitted in the window. How about now Donovan Williams and McKenna Brown? McKenna, part of that Jegs juggernaut that's here this weekend. The Jegs ride rolling in out of Florida. 452 the dial for McKenna. Leaving second against Donovan Williams. So, I mean, you talk about like the true stables of race cars that are out there between the Williams machines and those that are piloting Jegs mobiles here this weekend. This one's a big-time matchup. Seems like round number 1 is going to be full of those.
If they were to remake the Young Guns versus Has-Beens, we got a couple of Young Guns.
That we do. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Who's going to go in first? McKenna ends up lighting that second set of bulbs atop the Christmas tree. Donovan blinks them on 3 times, locks it into position, and here we go. Advantage on the tree this time goes to Donovan Williams. He was 17 green, 1 above. 468 on a 467. Tightening up the stripe of the finish line to 2 thou. McKenna was 25 green and dead 4.
Wow, all I can say is 468 at 140, killing about 6 or 7 mile an hour, only taking a 2 thou stripe. When you're cutting it that tight, Nate, you're taking a risk. Donovan took a risk by tightening up that much, but it ended up being the right move.
Right choice at the right time. Kyle Bigley and Tom Dauber. Bigley coming in out of New Jersey, 452, the dial over on the right side. For Tom Dauber, a 469. Dauber is going to be the first one to find his way into the pre-stage bulbs as the Medford, New Jersey racer rolls up here. And pretty much we have a certain thing, and that we're going to need to just kind of make sure is known here in a minute, but we'll find that out. So Tom is in and set. Kyle is in and set. 2 thou the difference between them in reaction time, and at the finish line, it's going to be Kyle Bigley. 452 on a 452 was 006 on the tree, dead on 8, gets there second, and Kathy, the light is not on. I'm sorry.
Watching that round at the finish line, Kyle Bigley, 452, dropping it dead on at 146. Got to the stripe second, but back to the seminar, knowing where you're at. Kyle knew where he was at. He dropped what he needed to and dropped it dead on.
Yep, Tom Dauber gets there first by 11 thou, breaks out by 5 thou. As Don Butkowitz and Jamie Holston will be our next 2. How about Jamie, former winner in the Fling Trail? 446 the dial over on the right side, and Don Butkowitz is like at every Fling race. He's like the UPS guy here. Load his trailer up with boxes. Okay, go here. Go here. Oh, Don, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Don Butkowitz was 28 on the tree, dead on 7, and had no prayer. Jamie Holston, trip, zip, dead 7.
Jamie Holston, they just put that car together, and they've been taking their time on it. It's a brand new car just for this race, and first round of eliminations out puts up 7 total. I'd say no new car blues here, Nate.
None. Both drivers dead on 7. Don was 28 on the tree. Jamie Holston was 28 thousandths of a second better than that with a perfect reaction time. Holston moving on to round number 2 is now Glenn Dilday and Jeff Serra. Jeff, who was also an instructor yesterday, dialed in at 461. Dilday and the Nova dialed in at 548. Very interesting. Ha! Ha! Oh, goodness. Glenn Dilday. He is going to need some consoling. Glenn was 001 on the tree. Jeff Serra was 13. I mean, not way out there in left field, but 13 on the tree. Serra ends up dead on 9, gets there second. Glenn Dilday takes a little over 200ths at the stripe And that is going to be 200ths that he's going to think about for way too long.
He would have been 1 total if he had taken 21 or less, but Jeff Serra, that's a rarity. 461 at 149. No scoop rock, and he figured he had a door car. He was going to run it out the back door, and it was the right call.
Wayne DeSantis now and Garrett Griffith. DeSantis goes red by 0.06 of a second. The Daytona's day comes to a close here in the shootout. Griffith was 20 on the tree and goes 6:33 on a 6:35. DeSantis ends up running 6:00 on the 598 dial, but the problem for DeSantis was a red light at this end of the racetrack by 0.06 of a second.
Yeah, Garrett Griffith going 6:33 on a 6:35. That's right where he wanted to be.
How about Rob Leipziger and Jeg Coughlin? Jeggy rolling up in the wagon. 581 is the dial on the right side. And for Rob Leipziger, he has got the 460 number. Going to be giving up about 1.2 seconds worth of head start as Jeg will watch leave and then be looking over his left shoulder to find the nose of that dragster. Thou the difference between them in reaction time, and Jeg Coughlin puts up 8 total. All right, day number 1, we've had like 2 time trials, and we've already seen a 7-pack, now an 8-pack. It's going to be like brutal out here.
Well, talking to Jeg Coughlin earlier today, you know, this is his home track. Very loose in the seminar yesterday, just in a great mood. And you know, when you combine being in a great mood and low pressure, that translates very well on the racetrack, as it did coming out of the gate being 8 total.
Well, Roman Cosner now going up against Tim Kelly. Roman on the right side down 499. Red light start for Roman by 0.04 of a second. Tim Kelly gets handed that instant win light. 473 on a 471 for Kelly. Kelly was 007 green, holds on for the win light, as Roman Cosner will bow out here in round number 1. I think it's interesting, Marco, you mentioned that kind of like loose, something that was talked about in the seminar. It's one thing to roll up there if you're tight, focused on everything else that you're not supposed to be focused on, you're just not enjoying yourself. It's really difficult to execute on what you're trying to do.
Yep, gotta believe that you're going to execute going into it, and I guarantee you, you can't have a sub-10,000s package without believing that you're going to put down a good run.
Well, Tanner Thorpe now, according to what we see here, actually driving along with Dad Kevin here this weekend. At least I'm looking at the number. That is Kevin. Okay, Tanner's the other one. That's Kevin. Got it. 460. The dial for Kevin. Waiting on Kyle Cotrera to make his way into the beams as Cotrera takes a little extra time. The main-based car. Oh, you know that's bad. When the slower car leaves first, the quicker car leaves first, my apologies, it's not good. And that's exactly what happened there. Unfortunately, Kevin missing the setup, apparently in the box.
Well, watching these two, you know, you're curious, you want to see if they let go of the button on time or not. Kevin Thorpe, he let the button go on time based on what I saw, but as soon as he let the button go and floored the throttle, I think it never recovered. It stumbled, and unfortunately for Kevin, have to get that fixed for tomorrow.
I certainly hope, though. Jason Sizemore, Steve Hedger, and what's up, JJ? JJ Pennington listening in. If I'm getting the okay approval from JJ, I must be doing something right. Steve Hedger was down 462, goes 461.5 after an 023 reaction time. So now what, Marco? We've had a 7-pack, an 8-pack, and another 8-pack.
6-pack.
Oh, excuse me. You're right. 6, 7, and 8. All right, who's going to throw up the 5-pack?
I think somebody might be fixing a throwdown better than a 5-pack, but Jason Sizemore, 004, dead on 2, as Steve Hedger was 23, breaking out, still getting there second. JJ, as your dad would say, you guys pretty much some of the best to ever be on the mic. Steve was mathematically ineligible.
Ooh. Throwing out the mathematical ineligibility. All right, how about Matt Shell and Tim Markaglew? Markaglew on the right side, he is dialed 455. Matt Shell on the left side, dialed in at 486. The difference between the two in the dial, 11th thou the difference between them in reaction time, and a 486 on a 486 will win it for Matt. He was 11th thou leaving the starting line and goes dead on 6. Tim Markaglew, 22th thou on the tree, taking the stripe by a thou and breaking out by 6.
But Nate, check this out. Matt goes 486 at 126. Typically, you go 486 at about 140. So dropping 14 miles an hour to go dead on, based on strategies yesterday, that's what you call a spot drop.
Okay, I call that throwing out the anchor.
Either or.
He just like he tossed a grand piano out the back of the truck or about the back of the dragster and went. Brrr! Sean Dennis and Kevin Thorpe. That's Tanner Thorpe. Kevin was up earlier. Tanner's up now. This whole musical chairs thing in the dragster is going to drive me bonkers all weekend. 6:16 to down for Sean. He's off and away and red by 18 thousandths of a second. Tanner hangs on. Sean goes 6:17 on a 6:16 after the red light start. Tanner 002 on the tree and 16 thou above the dial to be 18 total. Yeah, boy. How about now Michael Needham and Gerard Paterka?
That is actually Eric. His son Eric.
It's Eric Paterka? Yeah. Why are we doing this? It's like, no, I'm kidding. It's all fun. So Eric Paterka behind the wheel here with a 463 dial, and Michael Needham finding his way in the pre-stage bulbs at this point in time with a 508 dial. Oh, yuck. Eric Paterka had a whole bunch of change in his pocket going jing-a-ling-a-ling, leaving with a 005 reaction time and gets edged out at the finish line by 2 thousandths of a second. What do you say, Marco? Do you give it back?
I saw the scoop rock twice, just at about the mile-an-hour cone, and going 465 at 143, killing about 5 to 6 mile an hour. This is actually one of Brad Plurd's line. I think he took -2.
I think you're right. Justin Daniels and A.J. Ash. A.J. coming up out of Mississippi. And Justin Daniels. Back into our regular time trial portion of the program. Our 16 drivers that are moving into round number 2 of the shootout have all been determined. And we are just going to go ahead and kind of run some additional time runs here. Before we call back our competitors for round number 2, AJ 005 red, Justin 004 green. As Daniels will put up a 522 at 130 miles an hour. AJ will go 467 at 147 miles an hour. And Marco, round number 1 was fun. Round number 2 is going to be funner. Round number 3 is going to be funner.
Well, I'll definitely say it's been a challenging day for these shootout drivers. They came up into the lanes for the first time trial, started sprinkling, they had to turn around, and they've had a lot of time in between runs, a lot of mental endurance, and yet they're still throwing down some pretty awesome packages.
Go on hold here just for a moment. Went down, checked out something on the racetrack, headed back this way on that cool little four-wheeler. So we will continue on with our regular test and tune program. Again, 32 cars have been whittled down to 16. And when the time is right, we'll get them back here as Brent Martin and crew roll up here into position on the right side of the racetrack. Again, going to be kind of a take it easy day up here. On the announcer deck, we'll get ready when it is time for round number 2. Again, huge thanks to Motor Mania and the live TV feed, brought to you this weekend by Strange Engineering. We certainly appreciate Strange being on board. And remember, for those of you that are on property here, a couple of things to keep in mind. If you are some that have just been rolling through the gate and have not yet come up to see us at the Diva Desk to get your number or to turn in your tech card, the Diva Desk is located in Suite 108 downstairs at the bottom of the tower. You can get that taken care of, turn in your tech card, get your sticker, make sure that your numbers are placed clearly on the left side of your car. That way as you roll up here under the tower, they are easily visible. We are going to continue running our test and tune all the way up until 9 p.m. tonight. For those that have opted to participate in the Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday, again, big thanks to the folks at Law Chevrolet Buick for being on board with us yet again. It's always awesome to have you folks out here racing along with us and playing along with us as part of our sponsors of the Test and Tune Day. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. But also don't forget, for you Motor Maniacs, subscribe to Motor Mania TV's YouTube channel so that you don't miss a single event. And again, big thanks to Joanne and Mark for all that they do. I know that they have had a very full, very busy, very active schedule over the past couple of weekends, including this one. And I think for them to have made it from the event they were at to this one in such a short amount of time was no short of a miracle, especially to get everything all set up and ready to go. It's just cool. Just cool. They're the next two on the racetrack, and we're going to continue on with test and tune. We'll let you know when it's time to come back for round number 2 of the shootout. All right, so we are continuing on with our Test and Tune Tuesday here at the JEGS Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. We got a few pair left before we get into round number 2 of the American Race Tech Dragster Shootout. Wes May and Scott Arnold, the pair that happen to be on the racetrack right now. Both drivers leaving early, with Scott Arnold going 004 red and then 506 at 135 miles an hour. Wes May red by 18 thousandths and goes 681 at just 99 miles an hour as Shane Weaver. And Rick Huffman, we're going to roll up. Rick in the 78 Chevette. I love Chevettes. Especially when Chevettes are like 001 on the tree. And go 617 at 110 miles an hour. It is a lot like Nick Hastings' car, but I'll tell you what it also reminds me of terrifying rides on the freeway in a Chevette when I was in high school. No, I did not have one, but a buddy of mine had one. And I swear to you, if we had ever got that thing anywhere near 110 miles an hour, we would not be here today. Because at like 52 miles an hour, that thing would shake like there was no tomorrow. I think I have kidney damage still to this day. It was terrible. It was terrible. Shane Weaver was 15 on the tree. How about Bernie Hedger? Cat on the prowl. That's what it says on the hood scoop of the Cougar. And QJ Arnold. Arnold in the dragster, 30 on the tree. The Cougar. Well, the cat was sleeping. That was a cat on the rug. Had to wake up. But then goes 593, 117 miles an hour. Not too bad. Not too bad. So, again, our 16 cars that remain for round number 2 are back in the staging lanes, and all of the boys and girls are having their, hey, how are you doing? Yep, okay, we're going to race each other. Ready? Okay, fight. That's how it goes. Come on, Marco. When you're hanging out in the staging lanes, you're like super friendly to people. I know you are, because you're super friendly to everybody. But I really, really, really want to know the truth. As Marco joins me back up here in the tower. I mean, honestly, I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've seen you in life when you are not smiling. Every other time I've ever seen you, you're smiling. Even when you're in the lanes, like getting ready to race, you're smiling. Shaking hands with people. Hey, how you doing? It's good to see you. Is there ever that time in the back of your mind that you're just looking at somebody going, I'm going to beat you down like there's no tomorrow?
Alls I can say, Nate, is this is a tough sport. You just got to go into every round and put down the best run you possibly can, regardless of who's in the other lane. I mean, you can't have hard feelings towards the other guy. You know, the only serious feelings that you really need to feel is just putting up the best run you can.
Wow. That was the best politically correct answer I've ever heard in my life. That was actually really good. So for Justin Daniels, 005 and 522 at 130 miles an hour. It's one of those like, Nate, I'm going to very politely avoid your question and answer it in like a very nice way that, you know, like I'm on the campaign trail. Just interesting. And so we have got just a couple of minutes. Our drivers for round number 2 are getting suited up, and we're going to be pulling out there in just a moment. Again, round number 2 of the Race Tech American Dragster Shootout going to be coming up shortly as we are kind of warming things up, getting them ready to go. Again, today it's been a little off and on. a little off and on as we've had some weather in the area. Again, the clouds kind of roll through. They pass by. Some of them make us stop for a minute. Some of them don't. But the more we keep going, the better off we are. And tomorrow, the weather is supposed to be nice, sunny, shiny, happy days, as we should see for, well, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be awesome. The gorgeous thing about it, I think, is it's going to keep the temperatures down. So that's a good thing. Again, I was like reaching over. I'm like, where did my cheater glasses go? And I realized that they were sitting on top of my head. So, yep, I am officially OLD. So we're going to start suiting those cars up. They'll be rolling out here in just a minute. And Marco has made his way back here into the tower. Marco, it's been a very busy couple of days for you. I mean, between getting things ready to go for the seminar, getting out here today, starting to get cars parked, get everything handled there, going out, double checking with all of the shootout competitors, making sure everything was square and good to go there. I think now you finally got to come sit down in here and almost looks like you're taking a break.
Well, I'll tell you what, being with this awesome staff, just an all-around great group of people, just feeling like we're just one big family, and especially getting to work alongside my sister Lella, this is just what we love to do.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think with some of the answers that you come up with to some of the questions that I ask, we are going to start campaigning, and we are going to get you into office. The only problem with that is, even if we were to put you in office, you're not dishonest enough to be a politician. And if there are any politicians on property, I do apologize. I'm sorry. But I don't think it's not a common opinion. Anyway, I'm going to stop right there before I dig myself into a much deeper hole. Yeah, it could go south really fast. What's happening, kids? What do we got? 500, at least the last time I saw. Joanne, I'm sure, has a more accurate number, but what I'm seeing on the top of this, at least participating in the chat, 540 pairs of eyes. And there may be more than that. It may just be that there's 540 people actually connected to the live feed, and as we've seen in many cases, they've got them kind of up and on a big screen in the garage or in the office, and there's several people sitting around. Maybe some folks are cooking dinner. I don't need to turn it on in here. I get to see it live. I get to see it straight out the window. They've talked about doing the whole tower cam, announcer cam thing. I voted that down. I I said nope. Not that I'm the one that gets to make the decision, but I'm just saying when they asked for my opinion, I politely said, no, thank you.
All right, Nate. What do we got rolling in the water?
What do we got rolling in the water? How about Jeg Coughlin and Gary Williams? Jeg can't get away from the hitters.
Well, you could say both these drivers, they were thousands of miles of separation from each other from their hometowns, but now it shows that Jeg Coughlin Jr.'s resides in Jupiter, Florida. So G-Dub and Jeg, they're relatively close in residence.
I think Jeg lives wherever he wants to. Which is a good thing. So the Nova wagon of Jeg Coughlin dialed in at 581. The dragster of Gary Williams dialed in at 474. Talk about hitters going head-to-head here in round number 2 of the dragster shootout. The tree drops, and we stay green. Jaggy's in trouble. And Jaggy survives it. Oh, my. Jag Coughlin, 30 on the tree, dead 6, lights up the scoreboard. Donovan was 11 on the tree, take 28, or Gary was 11 on the tree, take 28 thou at the stripe to break out by 3 thou.
Well, looking at Gary's mile an hour, he killed exactly what he wanted to kill. He was just 3 thou under. But Jag Coughlin, I think that was a case of he knew he was going to be behind on the tree. He just hit the scramble button, hit the nitrous, and I just saw the nose drop at the mile an hour cone and dropped it to go dead on. So that's using the nitrous to your advantage at its finest.
That, yeah, talk about digging yourself out of a hole. Be like, he's dead. Nope, I'm not. All right, Jamie Holston and Donovan Williams. Donovan left side, Jamie right side. Jamie was trip zip perfect in round number 1. What's he going to be this time? Donovan's down 445. Williams down 467. Win light goes to Donovan Williams. Donovan was 29 on the tree. Jamie was 009, and on a double breakout scenario, Gary gets there second, goes under by 4 thou, and holds on for the win.
Well, Donovan Williams fed him 26 thou in stripe. Jamie Holston trying to put it close to the dial, but just ended up 6 thou further under the dial. So, top end execution, Nate.
So Jag and Donovan advancing so far into the round of 8.
After being behind on the starting line.
Yeah, both with the less impressive reaction times is now Jason Sizemore and Joe Hoskins. Hoskins, the pickup truck, down 651. Sizemore, the dragster, down 484. This time it's the better of the two bulbs that will prevail. Joe Hoskins, 20 on the tree, goes 652 on a 651. 20 and 19 thou above. 39 total, picking up the win because, well, Jason Sizemore got there a little bit too quick.
Well, this has been a common theme, either a double breakout or the loss occurring on the breakout. 3 times out of 3, the driver that got to the finish line second has turned on the win light, Nate.
Interesting. How about Bill Webb and Jeff Serra? Serra dug himself out of a hole in the last one, slightly. Not quite like Jag did, but still a little bit.
Jeff Serra was dialed to 461 last round, but dials up to 466. Why? The split is closer.
So the 488 coming out of Bill Webb, and that cut was on Ohio. Oh, Bill Webb on a double breakout drops Jeff Serra. Webb 002, 486.9 on a 488, getting there second. Serra was 11 on the tree, gets a 2 thou stripe, and breaks out with a 463 on a 466.
Well, Jeff Serra just psychic taking the 2 thou stripe, being that Bill was 002 and Jeff was 11. When you're 9 thou behind on the tree in a double breakout, what do you got to do if you're Jeff Serra? Unfortunately, he needed to get behind that round to win it, being that it was a double breakout.
So now we've got Tanner Thorpe and Kyle Bigley. Bigley on the right side, dialed 451. Tanner on the left side, dialed in at 460. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Little Texas versus New Jersey. Here in round number 2, cutting it down to 8. 4 have already moved on. 4 more will go with them. And one of them is going to be Kyle Bigley. 5-pack for Kyle. Trip, zip, perfect reaction time. 25-pack for Kyle. He's 453 on a 451. Got to look at both numbers, not just the last one. I learned that the other day. Trip, zip, and then 25 thou above, taking a 22 thou stripe, gets the win light. Thorpe was 51 on the tree, 459 on a 460. Nothing he was going to be able to do there.
Well, Kyle Bigley, believe he was 00 something in his last time run. I think he was 003, 004 last round, and goes perfect this round. When you're on, you're on.
Second perfect reaction time we've seen so far in eliminations here in the shootout is Matt Schell and Kyle Cotrera. Schell out of New Jersey, dialed 486. Cotrera coming in out of Maine, dialed in at 457. And neither drivers, there we go. As I say, neither one of them have even found the pre-stage pole yet. All right, how about our third perfect reaction time of the race so far? Trip, zip, perfect bulb for Matt Schell, and dead on 6. Kyle Cotrera was 29 green. Nothing he was going to be able to do would change the outcome of that race.
Well, Matt Schell, another 486 at exactly 126 miles an hour. Identical execution from round 1 to round 2. Spot drops to go dead on twice. So as well as having the starting line figured out, he's got that spot drop figured out as well, Nate.
That he does. 2 pair left to go so far. Now we'll see who gets to join up right now. Rick Harbaugh, Tim Kelly. Tim down 472 on the right side, Harbaugh down 468 on the left side, and it's going to be Kelly. 23 green, dead on 1 for Tim Kelly. 14 green and 3 thou under. Excuse me, 23 thou, 13 thou under. I'll get this figured out in a minute. It's a math thing. I'm not good at that today. Harbaugh breaks out. We'll just go with that. Anyway, Tim Kelly gets the job done, joins the group. We're down to decide one more to go into the round of 8. So again, Harbaugh was 14 green, gets their first 23 thou, breaks it out 13 thou as we bring up the final pair. Michael Needham and Garrett Griffith. Garrett's dialed 634, Needham's dialed 508. Of a second, the difference between them in reaction time, and the win line's going to turn on for Griffith. 003, dead 9. Garrett Griffith moves to round number 3. Michael Needham was 15 green, gets their first 23 thou, and breaks out with a 505 with a 508.
In the American Race Tech 32 car shootout. Nate, I just received a text from our fellow Fling announcer, Mike Ames. So Mike just brings up an interesting point. So we have the Kyle Seipel 000 hero coins that we're giving out. So if you're 000 and you light up the scoreboard, you get a coin, and I believe, if I'm correct, $50 as well. So there have been... Oh, it's only on Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, crap.
Well, so as Jamie McBride goes red by 0.03 of a second, Shannon Seals 006 green goes 639. McBride 003 red goes 4550 at 151 miles an hour. Is now Kurt Branscombe and Richard Briscoe. Really? A Branscombe and Briscoe. Briscoe and Branscombe. Briscoe 004 4810. Branscombe. It's 12 red and goes 542 at 124 miles an hour.
I know what you mean.
So Branscombe, now Kenny, taking over the left side. Again, we are going to continue to roll through. We are back into our Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune runners. Again, if you are entered into the Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 are wide open for you. You can make your way into the lanes. You can make trips down the racetrack. You can have yourself a ball. And you can do that all the way up until 9 o'clock tonight. So again, racers, just a reminder, if you have made your way through the gate and have not yet turned in your tech card, made it up here to the tower, and seen the divas at the desk, you are welcome to do so at this time. Suite 106, first floor of the tower. There's plenty of signage out there. You can turn in your tech card to get your number. But we are down to 8 that remain in the shootout. Jed Coughlin, Donovan Williams, Joe Hoskins, Bill Webb, Kyle Bigley, Matt Schell, Tim Kelly, and Garrett Griffin are the 8 that will be coming back when the time is right. But as of now, the time is just not quite right. So we're going to give them a chance to get back into the pits, get them cooled down, fueled up, and they'll make their way back here soon.
racers. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
All right, well, we're going to continue on with our regular time trials, and when the time comes, we'll go ahead and call our next round of the shootout into the staging lanes. we are getting very, very, very close to round number 3 of the American Race Tech Dragster Shootout. And with that, we are continuing on with our Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday. Dennis O'Brien, 44 in the tree, goes 565 down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Marty Martin on the left lane was 17 green and goes 448 at 154 miles an hour. So, with that, just to let those of you know who are listening in online, the Motor Maniacs listening in on the live chat, in the chat bleachers, we are coming back on a ladder. There are 8 cars remaining. Started a little bit earlier with our 32-car shootout. Down to just 8. The 8 cars that are remaining are on a ladder. They are coming back like this. Matt Schell is going to be taking on Jeg Coughlin Jr. Schell's got lane choice in that pair. It's going to be Gary Griffith taking on Joe Hoskins. Griffith with lane choice in that pair. Kyle Bigley getting lane choice over Gary Williams, and Bill Webb getting lane choice over Tim Kelly. Those are the 8 cars that are returning. They are back in the staging lanes right now getting paired up. As we continue on, Larry Murray, Chris Bowman, pair on the starting line right now. Bowman in the Firebird, Murray in the topless Mustang. And it is just going to be a full, fun afternoon. Now, we will tell you this. You know, Mother Nature has kind of kept it overcast here all day long. We've seen a couple of little spritzes from time to time. But the wind is picking up just a little bit. It's not bad, but it's breezy. And it is getting chillier. So the air is certainly cooling off. We'll see kind of what that does for us. In the next round, as I see the noses of our first 2 shootout competitors poking their way out from under the tower here at National Trail Raceway. You know, would we start round number 1 with a couple of pickup trucks? We're going to start round number 3 with a couple of pickup trucks? That's fun. That's fun. So 2 singles. First up going to be Eric Bowman. Following that with Rob, and then the next 2 pulling into the water box will be round number 3 of the Race Tech American Dragster Shootout. Bowman's 19 green, 444, 157 miles an hour. Rob Leipzinger, going to be the last car down the track before we get into round number 3 as they begin to make their way into the water box. Oh, it's going to be fun. Rob is 60 on the tree. And 543 at 127 miles an hour. All right, Marco is back. That means that it's time to get serious. Like, really serious. Joe Hoskins and Garrett Griffith rolling up here. Griffith had lane choice, opted to take the right side of the racetrack. In his S10 coming in out of Kentucky, 634. The dial for Garrett Griffith. Joe Hoskins over on the other side with a 652 dial. So we've got essentially 18 between them as far as the dial is concerned. Joe finds the pre-stage bulbs. Garrett, very carefully, pumping them brake pedals, starting to get his truck to roll forward, finds a spot on the starting line. And here we go. Red light start for Garrett Griffith by 0.02 of a second. hands the victory over to Joe Hoskins. Hoskins is 23 green, goes 651 on a 652, and Garrett Griffith suffers the red and dead-on fate. 002 red, dead-on 4. Garrett Griffith bows out. Joe Hoskins puts the 023 reaction time into the books, and that basically is what we are going to use to determine the ladder for the next go-round. Again, here at the Fling, the process is that each and every round that you're on a ladder, it gets reset, and it is reset based off of the reaction time from the previous round. So, Marco, we're into the next two. Give me a prediction here.
It's a toss-up.
Throwing you a hard one?
There's a lot of skill in this pair.
I'm definitely going to agree with you. Kyle Bigley here on the right side, 450 is the dial. Gary Williams on the left side, 467, so a 17 thousandths of a second split between the two. Again, pre-stage bulbs are lit. The two dragsters deciding amongst themselves who is going to go in first, and at this moment in time, there we go. Starting to see little flashes out of the bulbs at the bottom, and I mean, they are blinking them hard. Oh. Williams is in big-time trouble. You can see like a little trail of smoke out from behind the car as he got down there to about the 330-foot mark, but it is no good. Kyle Bigley, 008 and 452 on a 450. Oof.
Kyle Bigley, 00 or better on the, she was 000 last round. He's been 00 on the tree every round, making the right decision at the finish line, and it sure is paying off.
That it is. So my correction, Donovan Williams there. Missing the tree, bowing out. And it will be Bigley moving on to join up with Joe Hoskins. That's going to bring up Matt Shell and Jed Coughlin. Matt getting lane choice in this pair, opting for the left side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 486. And Jed Coughlin with that 581. Jeg's car has been doing him a lot of favors.
Both drivers were dead on the dial. Now fourth dial separate him. Matt Shell with the spot drop turns on the win light, feeding Jeg 30 at the stripe. Jeg is 20 on the tree, taking 30 to be 6 thou under. Needed 24 or less, Nate.
So Jeg bows out this round. Matt Shell will advance. So far it's been Joe Hoskins, Matt Shell, Kyle Bigley. Moving on to the semifinals of the shootout and our final contestant. Will be decided between Bill Webb and Tim Kelly. Webb in the door car, Kelly in the dragster. Both of them based out of Ohio, 487 the dial for Bigley. Both drivers lead early. And this one is going to be a true start affair. Bill Webb was 004 red. Tim Kelly was 15 thousandths of a second ahead of the green light. The quicker of the two cars had the more offensive red light, and Bill Webb will survive to move into the semifinals.
How good this track is. Watching Bill Webb's 60-foot times, he's had a 1.08 60-foot every round, and when you have a door car 60-footing that fast, the track is pretty much, it's going to be, the track conditions are going to be the biggest factor. So these guys, Fling's and National Trail Raceway staff, they're keeping up with the track in these overcast, humid conditions.
That they certainly are. Kurt Harrington, 40 on the tree, goes 604 at 112 miles an hour. Vic Butler, 10 on the tree, and goes 498 at 137. So again, we're down to just 4 that are coming back. It's going to be Matt Schell. It's going to be Joe Hoskins. It's going to be Kyle Bigley, and it's going to be Bill Webb. We're going to go back and figure out the ladder. We'll let you know who will be taking on who, and that will be that. So we're going to get the ladder all figured out. And if our predictions are correct from what we are seeing up here in the tower, which I know that the folks watching on the live stream kind of get excited about the whole dragster versus door car thing. We've got 2 door cars coming back in Hoskins and Webb. We got 2 dragsters coming back in Schell and Bigley. And if, once we get the official ladder, looks like it's going to be dragster versus door car and dragster versus door car.
It's getting exciting.
It is.
Yep. Confirmed by track co-owner Jason Murray, otherwise known
Who's Jason?
as JJ.
Oh, that guy. I was like, who's Jason? I actually think it's kind of cool that, you know, here at the track you got Jay and JJ. And Jim?
Jeb is our next generation.
Oh, and Jeb's the next generation? Oh, there we go. Jay, JJ, Jeb. Now you just need to hire some kid named Junior. Right? That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So we have got more testing and tuning as part of the Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune Tuesday. Again, racers, if you are just rolling in the gate, grab those tech cards, get them up here to the tower, check in at the Diva desk. They'll get you your car number. They'll get you all squared away, get you all registered. That way you are ready to go for tomorrow. And for our racers, again, tomorrow is going to be that AFP Carburetor Wednesday. $15,000 to win on what we're considering kind of a warm-up day. Again, that AFP Wednesday. And for tomorrow's schedule, we are looking at starting things off, 8 a.m.? Starting with a time run for everybody, and then get into eliminations as we make our way throughout the rest of the day. Of course, we're going to start opening up the prize vault, the treasure chest, and all of the goodies that are all part of this deal that we call Fling Racing. The JEG Summer Fling, the newest of the Fling events to be added in. I mean, it joins the Spring Fling in Vegas, the Spring Fling in Galat, the Summer Fling here in Columbus, and the Fall Fling in Bristol, which is just a couple of weeks away as well. So the ladder is officially in. Marco, you want to announce this one?
First pair, Kyle Bigley with lane choice over Bill Webb. Fast dragster and fast door car matchup. On the other side of the ladder, Hoskins with lane choice over Schell. Got the pickup truck going 650s and the dragster. One more win light and you go home with the dragster chassis, essentially.
That's very true. One more scoreboard, and hopefully you got a little extra room in the trailer. But you'll have some extra cargo. That's pretty cool. So as we continue on with Test and Tune, again, the 4 cars that remain, it's going to be Bigley with lane choice over Webb, Hoskins with lane choice over Schell, And continue to roll our way through here. Again, tonight's test and tune will continue on until 9 p.m. tonight. So again, even if you are sitting on property and did not grab an entry for the test and tune, for $50, there's still plenty of time out there to come up and make a couple of hits. I know we've been running through the rotations pretty quickly, been getting folks down the racetrack. Had a couple of little stoppages early on, but it'd be a great chance to get your car warmed up, get a feel for the racetrack here at National Trail Raceway, which, as Marco pointed out, has been prepped to near perfection to keep all of these cars launching and consistent the way that they have been. All right, so we're going to continue on with our test and tune portion. We're going to go quiet up here in the tower for just a little while, and when it is time, we'll be calling our semifinalists back into the staging lanes.
ball, another change. The answer lies in the equation. But the question here is, will you lose or gain? Do I want to know why? Really want to know why? Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. This is a case of separation. Mistake the bitter for the sweet. And when the world is in rotation, no matter what, you land upon your feet. Do I want to know why? Really want to know why? Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. All my life I've been stumbling on. No matter how I try, take one step at a time. All my life I've been losing control. But do I want to know why? Really want to know why? Keep on no matter come what may. Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. We're gonna fly high away. I remember that summer eve. Since then I just can't think straight. Cause this girl's got a hold on me. Can't break free. Now it's too late. When she's whispering in my ear. When I'm kissing her slow. I would follow her anywhere. She is you, if you didn't know. And I love you more than I ever have loved before. I ain't gonna
All right, so just a quick little pause here for weather one last time. And again, racers, we are going to be continuing on with our test and tune until 9 o'clock tonight. So again, if you were kind of sitting back there, if you showed up a little bit later and you're thinking about wanting to get a hit or two or three even possibly on your car today before the 9 o'clock hour hits, you are certainly welcome to run out to the gate, grab that. We still got like 2 hours left. We're down to our semifinals of the shootout. But I still think we got time to sneak in a few more runs before the night is over. So if you are thinking about getting in there, head out there, grab yourself the entry into today's Law Chevrolet Buick Test and Tune. Again, we got a pair, a single, and then we are getting into the semifinals of the shootout. Yeah. So Rick Pistoli and Bernie Hedger. Bernie out of Covington, Kentucky, rolling up on the right side in the Cougar. Meow. 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 And Rick Pistoli. So the meow has become a roar. I'm not even going to try it. Bob Kalipski Jr. going to be our final of the test and tune cars before we get into the semifinals of the shootout. Okay, so here we go. It's semifinal time. Yeah. Door car versus dragster and door car versus dragster in the dragster shootout. Now, what would be the cruel irony in a dragster shootout of the two door cars taking the dragsters out in the semifinals? Hey, how about that? No pressure. If you lose this round, it's worth $500. If you win this round, you are getting $16,000 worth of dragster chassis. Don't sweat it. No big deal. Matt Schell dialed in at 486. Joe Hoskins dialed in at 651. Tree drops. We stay green. 11th thou, the difference between the pickup truck and the dragster, and at the finish line, it's going to be Shell. Shell with what is like his worst light of the day with a 10 light. Goes 486 on a 486. Dead 5, taking 24th thou at the stripe. Joe Hoskins was 21 on the tree, goes 652 on a 651. But Shell just continues to, like, rip his way through the field.
Well, Shell's 15 total, and after this pair, Nate, there's a story behind Matt Shell's performance that I think is worth sharing.
I'm good with that. Okay. Okay. All right then. Okay, here we go. Bill Webb and Kyle Bigley. Drugs are bad. Okay. 451 the dial for Kyle. 488 the dial for Bill. Bigley, another one of those that, let's just say the reaction times have not been disappointing for Bigley. Bill Webb is in and set. He's got the 89 bodied Cutlass on the left side. Oh, and a whomp, whomp, whomp. Bill Webb, the reaction time is 000. Puts up a perfect bulb and goes 490 on a 488. Webb gets to the stripe first by 14 thousandths of a second. Kyle Bigley was 19 green, runs 12 thou above the dial, and gets taken out here in the semifinals. So Bill Webb with a perfect reaction time will be coming back with lane choice over Shell.
That was... that just about matches the ET of the door car. It's likely going to be only a several hundredths separation in the dials, but the really neat part about this semifinal, you light up the scoreboard in your pairing and you go home, as Peter says, with 16,000 worth of dragster. Matt Shell, this is his first year in a full-size dragster. He is a rookie driver in a dragster, and he drove like a pro today. But here's the story behind it. Matt Shell is first cousins with Jeff and Sean Serra, and as a lot of us know, we tragically lost Sean about a month or so ago. Hearts are heavy, but remaining a close family and motivated to win, Matt put it all together with his cousin Sean riding on his shoulders. That is a proud family right there. A lot of tears being shed on the starting line. That was so cool to watch, and I don't think anybody did not want to see that happen. And a couple of proud parents of Matt, they worked hard for this, and congratulations. That is so cool.
That is really, really cool. And of course, we've seen a lot of really, really, really cool stories play out on the racetrack, and this one's still got one more chapter before it comes to a close. We'll see how it happens. Oh, Robbie Breeden rolling up now in the Needham machine. And again, we're going to continue on through some test and tune here tonight. We've still got our finals for the American Race Tech Dragster Shootout, where it's going to be Bill Webb and Matt Schell going head-to-head. Webb with lane choice by way of a perfect reaction time. And Gombe coming back.
You close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down. Even if my heart breaks, I just wanna lay your body down. Hold you close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down. Even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks.
All right, so yeah, the weather is changing a little bit quicker on us than we had anticipated. However, we've still got a bit of a window here where we are going to finish off our shootout, the American Race Tech Dragster Shootout, and we still got time to get a few more hits down the racetrack for those that are sitting here waiting in the test and tune. I did see a couple of questions that were kind of thrown around the chat bleachers about, is it just the winner that gets a dragster? Is it this? Is it that? No. Basically, both drivers that have raced their way into this final round are getting a dragster. Both of them are getting $16,000 worth of dragster chassis. The only difference right now, essentially what we're racing for, is who gets to pick the brand that they want. Are you going to pick an American? Are you going to pick the Race Tech? Whoever lights up the scoreboard gets to make that choice. The other one gets to take what's left. I mean, seriously. Come on, it's like, do you want this $100 bill or do you want that $100 bill? What's to lose here? Nothing. Nothing. Unless, of course, you really have a preference. And if you really have a preference, well then, so be it. So we have got one door car. We have got one dragster. And Joe, I haven't either. But I haven't been looking yet. We'll see how that works out a little bit later. So with Bill Webb coming in from Ohio, running a home game here, and Matt Shell, we'd heard Marco kind of tell Matt's story after we ran the semifinals, and what a cool story that is. I mean, it's an emotional story. It's a touching story. But for a guy who's essentially a rookie behind the wheel, put the car together to get out here and race this race, that's pretty impressive. And did Google just go to YouTube just went to an ad? Are you kidding me? Wow. So Matt Shell dialed in at 486, Bill Webb dialed in at 489. Webb has got the pre-stage bulb lit. Shell starts to roll forward. Marco had pointed out, two cars that are very evenly matched. Just a 300th of a second split between them in the dial. All four on, tree drops. Red light start for Matt Shell, and Bill Webb is going home with his choice of dragster. Runs 590 on a 489 after getting out of the throttle plenty early. Was 029 on the tree and picks up the win light. Matt Shell, Marco, you said you talked to him back in the staging lanes. He was super amped up. He was so looking forward to this. The only thing is, he just doesn't get a pick. He's still getting a drag. I mean, your premier appearance, your first appearance, you're in the final, and you're going home with $16,000 worth of dragster.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nate, both Matt and Bill, incredible job of driving by both drivers. Their reward by each taking home a dragster, so well deserved. But I was talking to Matt, and when both drivers realize that there really isn't anything to lose other than your choice of dragster, you're going to go up there and give it everything you have. And props to Matt because it's hard not to get complacent in that situation. He just went for it. And like I said, both drivers, amazing job. And congratulations to both Matt Shell and Bill Webb for being in the final round of the American Race Tech 32 car shootout to kick off Tuesday at the second Jegs Summer Fling.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, man, for sure. Pretty awesome. So with that, we are going to head down to the winner circle here in a minute. We're going to say hello to our two winners. We've got some continuation of Test and Tune that is going to be going on up here on the racetrack. But again, we will see everybody here in just a minute down in the winner's circle. For right now, enjoy a little bit more test and tune. Again, tomorrow morning, we are going to get things started off at 8 a.m. with time runs. Eliminations will follow. But if we don't see you, if I don't see you for some reason, hey, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Bye. Well, okay. For those of you that are still watching online, Motor Maniacs, here's what's happening right now. You can look over there, and like I said earlier, I mean, you've got winner and runner-up. Each of them get a dragster. So that's pretty much like saying, hey, which $100 bill do you want? Do you want this one or this one? It's the same thing. They are over there right now having the discussion of who's going to take the American chassis, who's going to take the Race Tech chassis, and you get an opportunity to be live behind the scenes to watch it all play out. So you can see that Matt Shell's standing right there. Of course, Jeff Serra, Bill Webb, everybody kind of having those discussions as far as who will get what. And as soon as we find out, you'll find out, because they're going to come over here and let us know which one it is. It's like being behind the scenes in a jury deliberation room, watching as they decide what will the sentence be. All right. You think you're going to take the American? If I had like the live chat feed in front of me right now, I could poll you guys and be like, is it going to be the American? Is it going to be the, all right. All right. So apparently our jury foreman is back. The decision has been made. And with that, we are standing in the winner's circle here on Tuesday evening in what has been a spectacular shootout. Marco shared a little bit the story of Matt Shell. Essentially kind of a rookie behind the wheel of the big cars. This is like a first-time deal, and keeping with the family tradition, you end up taking the thing all the way to the final round on day number 1. Matt, I know this means a lot to you guys. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
Well, I just got to thank my grandparents, first of all, before anything gets said. My grandparents at home, my mom and papa, shout out to you guys. So that's number 1. Number 2, my parents, you know, they don't even ever go to work anymore. You know, we're out here racing all the damn time. And it's so nice to be here on Tuesday. I missed class today. I should have been at school. But it's nice to be out here. Things badass. And Wilson Race Engines Elite is awesome. This thing is tuned up. I appreciate it.
Well, not only is this thing tuned up, you, sir, as a driver, are tuned up. Before we get into kind of how deep this really goes right now, tell me a little bit about rolling in here to the semifinals and the finals. I heard that, you know, rolling up for the semifinals, you just nailed the tree, you made your way here, rolling into the final round, into the water box. You thought that maybe you missed the tree a little bit, ended up 005 red. What happened?
I did, because the run before, I let go, smoked the bump down, and I'm 10, and I got 5 in it. And I went up there for the final, and I let go, slammed it once, and I heard it click the second time, and I was like, oh, that ain't right. And it took off, and it was red, but I ain't made a full run all day, so I figured I'd make a full run, and what the hell. I've never been here before. It's my first run, first time run. So it's pretty awesome to do something like that and, you know, be in the winner's circle at the end of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, first time here, turn on 4 win lights, comes down to the last one, but I know this is an emotional deal. You rolled up here with a very special can in your hand. You want to talk about that a little bit?
If I can get it out, yeah. So, last time
All right, take a minute. Take a minute. This means a lot, and I think it's important for people to know this. I mean, this is one of those things that, from a drag racer's point of view, from a story, this is an absolutely amazing, amazing experience.
Last time I saw Sean, we're at the King of the Creek MIR, and he's always got Bud Light in there, and I stole one. It ended up being one of the big ones, and after he passed, I went in the fridge. I seen what in there. I was going to drink it, but I figured I might as well wait till we're in the winner's circle. And it was so nice to be able to run in the motorhome, crack that thing, drive all the way up here, and that was for him. Felt so good.
That's tremendous, man. That's amazing. You come from an amazing family, and that right there, he was riding on your shoulder, I'm sure. Congratulations to you. Let's talk about kind of the good news of this thing. Rolling into the final round, it was a lose situation, right? I mean, you're going to take your pick, an American or Race Tech. Which one did you end up with?
I picked the American. We were talking about it before. We didn't really know what we wanted to do, and we figured we're gonna come back and have a beer and talk about it. But it was just a really fast parade lap. I love that. It was good, and I wish it would have been in a green race. But I mean, hey, we both still get race cars at the end of the day, so what's better than being at the racetrack? So.
Absolutely nothing better. Here's your runner-up here in the American Race Cars Dragster Shootout. Let's hear it one more time from Matt Shell. So hang tight. We're going to get our winner in here, and we'll talk to Bill Webb here in just a moment. All right, so we are back down here in the winner's circle with our winner of the American Racetech Dragster Shootout. First day of the fling, you're here. 5 rounds is what you need to get your pick of a dragster. Bill, I would say the momentum is flowing for you, my friend. Tell me a little bit about your experience coming down in those final couple of rounds. If I remember right, I think we went like trip zip in the semifinals to make your way into this last go-round?
Yeah, tree was good all day up till the final, but yeah, I mean, pressure on 4 cars left. You pull up there and, you know, the 2 winners get a dragster. You know, it's like, that's kind of, yeah, but everything worked out good that way. So, yeah, when lights coming on, we like that. So, yes.
Yeah, definitely fun, definitely fun. So now you're rolling up into the final round. Again, kind of asked Matt about that, asked you about it. Lights turn on, you're green, he's red. What's the thought going through your mind?
I'll be honest with you. I got to be honest with you. I mean, I love Racetech and I love American, and like I said, I don't know what we're going to do with the dragster yet, but yeah, he wanted to trade me both chassis for mine. And I said, no, that's not happening. No, yeah. So, but yeah, we'll figure out what's going on with that thing. So I'll let my wife do that.
Fair enough. So you're not willing to put the car up for trade, are you? A little attached to this one. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, we actually had a new Racetech ordered, and Mark Cook that built my motor, we found this in a 1-car garage in Cleveland. I brought it home. About put me in divorce court. You know, I canceled it. She goes, "You did what?" You know, because I mean, it is a little different. You know, not goes against the norm, but I love this car. It's really good. It bails me out a bunch. So yeah, but yeah, I got to thank Mark Cook that builds my motors. Hoosier Tire, they take care of me really well. My business, my wife especially, my daughter. Yeah, just good. I love wind lights. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what's kind of cool about this. You are the only guy going in tomorrow who's undefeated so far on the weekend on this property. So carry that momentum with you and roll into the time trial and round number 1 tomorrow, and we'll see what keeps rolling.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll do that.
All right, let's hear it again for your winner of the American Racetech Dragster Shootout. Bill Webb standing right here on property. How about it? All right, so Motor Maniacs, while we take a few pictures here, we're going to sign off here tonight. We are done, but tomorrow morning we're going to start at 8 a.m. with time trials. Following that, we'll go into eliminations. You can watch it all on that live feed, motormaniatv.com. Until then, get some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
That's a wrap
for Tuesday, our opening day with the American Dragster and Racetech chassis 32 car shootout. Congratulations to Bill Webb and to Matt Shell for winning those wonderful chassis. Thank you to Strange Engineering for bringing us in, and of course to the bracketraces.com for putting on a wonderful event. Okay, tomorrow, yes, they're going to start time runs at about 8 o'clock, but we got a whole mess of cars here, and so we are going to go live at about, I don't know, 11-ish. I think we're going to shoot for 11, and we'll adjust depending on how things are looking. Okay, tomorrow we're having the APD 15K warm-up eliminations. And let's see. And so, yeah. So get some rest. Get some work done. Whatever you got to do. Because this is going to be a week. Let me tell you. Say your goodbyes to each other. And we'll see you tomorrow. Somewhere between 11, 12 o'clock. Something like that. Okay? See ya. Love you. Bye.